call this meeting to order. Valerie, can you lead pledge allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
District 2, Keller.
Oh, yes, here. Thank you.
And District 3, Robert Bitters.
Present.
And District 4, Robert Gibson.
Present.
District 5, Robert Rogers.
Present. Any commissioners and announcements? Nope. Department, any announcements?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. Tavin Kinnison Brown, Principal County Planner for San Benito. Thank you and welcome to all. We have a packed, fun-filled agenda this evening. 3 items are on the consent public hearing calendar that can all be opened at once and acted on at once if the board chooses, or they can be individually pulled and discussed, similar to how you've seen the Board of Supervisors operate. And those 3 items are rather simple items according to Planning Department here. We have a certificate of compliance, a lot split, and a cell tower proposal. Those are on consent and could all 3 be acted on at once. This evening we also have another several public hearing items that staff will be presenting to the Planning Commission for action and or recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. We have item number 4, which is a new wine tasting room and winery. Number 5 is the Swank Farms agricultural tourism operation and event venue proposal. Number 6 is a zoning code implementation of the general plan's commercial regional designation, or as we call it, the C3. Following that item are 4 particular and unique potential applications of a new C3 designation, should that be recommended to the board for action. And those are known as the Butterbell Road interchange area, the State Route 129 Searle Road area node, and number 9 there is the Rocks Ranch area at San Juan Road. Following those items will be a discussion of consideration of a general plan amendment and zone change to add the, quote, Livestock 101 area as a commercial regional node. So that's a general plan amendment zone. And if time allows, also on the agenda this evening are some new regulations for hemp and cannabis for San Benito County. So apologize for the thickness of the packet, but that's the way the business stacks up, and it just goes to show that we are a little busy here at the San Benito County RMA. Thank you for those announcements, opportunity, Chairman.
Thank you. Public comment. Anybody have anything that is not on the agenda can step forward. Any public comment? None, okay. Now we're going to go to consent agenda.
Did you want to announce about the numbers?
No, you did already. Okay. The consent agenda, anybody want to pull it in, commissioners?
Was 4 on the consent agenda? No.
No, look at 3.
Just one for 3.
Yes, I agree.
So just for formalities, Mr. Chair, we'll just say what we could open them all for consideration should anybody wish to speak to them. Or not.
Anybody want to speak on that 1 to 3? No? Close it. Commissioners, motion? Motion to approve. Motion to approve. Second?
Second. I second that.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
That's all 3, thank you. Each one of those will have resolutions that will present to the chair for signature following the meeting. Okay. With that, I'd like to introduce the public hearing item where we'll have a presentation by Richard Felsen this evening. The applicants are Troy and Michelle Van Dam. The request to establish a winery agricultural processing use on the property on Cienega Road. And just as a note, if you wish to speak this evening, there are speaker cards in the back, the yellow. It'd be nice to filter those forward towards Rosie Hayden on a particular item. If your item is later, you can bring it up a little later. It doesn't have to be right now. And Mr. Felsen, when you're ready.
All right. Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Commissioners. Today, we bring before you to present a use permit application by Troy and Michelle Van Dam, PLN 190010, for a wine tasting room accessory to a winery, a small-scale 10,000-gallon tops winery that is now licensed at 11 Laurel Court. However, the applicant would like to establish a small wine tasting room within an existing building on the parcel that you see before you here. So the address is 11736 Cienega Road, 10 acres, AR zoning, and it's in rangeland. So here you can see the vicinity. So you've got Airline Highway off to the east, Cienega Road, and the site in question is down at the lower left-hand parcel there. Can be reached by Cienega Road from either direction. And this is what the general plan maps out as the wine or / hospitality priority area, which includes many of the wineries there on Cienega Road, and our project here is right in the midst of it all. And this is a close-up of the parcel. You can see the existing building and Cienega Road there. So we feel that this use would directly support agriculture as called for as an objective in the rangeland land use designation, as spelled out in Goal ED-4 and Policy ED 4.1 to support the expansion of the wine and hospitality industries. And in the AR zoning, a winery can qualify as agricultural processing under Section V there, as you see. And a wine tasting room can be viewed as an accessory, but a permanent location or a permanent stand for the sale of agricultural products, which are created on site from local grapes drawn from key vineyards around the county. And this is a view of the exterior of the building. So kind of a really pretty setting, sun-dappled day there. And this is the layout of the building itself. Existing metal building in really good shape, 2,700 square feet, and you can see this dotted line around the wine tasting room that's proposed as the beginning stage of the project. You've got an exit here, a different exit here, but basically there are two service counters, one with a window to the outside patio, not built yet, but will be proposed sometime in the future. And then an interior service counter here with a really nice, couches, taste the wine among the barrels kind of situation, which I think is a really great place to be. It's a really nice environment. So the operations that they're proposing are really quite limited. And, 11 to 4 p.m. Saturday and Sunday, or one weekend a month, or by appointment. Right now, they're doing 300 gallons this year, 500 gallons next year. So growing with the stability that a young business likes to maintain its viability in the future, essentially. So you maintain that stability by starting small. This is really nice. The back of the building, great setting. So you can see the exit door to what would be a patio area to be, I think, reconfigured or perhaps dressed up in the future, not at this stage under maybe a building permit when the building is remodeled. But that can wait until the applicant is ready. So the staff does recommend that the Planning Commission review the findings for use permit PLN 190010 and approve the draft resolution with findings and standard and special conditions. There are a number of, just really pleasant things about the location. on a sun-dappled day in the spring when the bloom is out, it'd be a pretty nice place to really explore or just converse and enjoy the atmosphere. And so I leave it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers on this?
This is item
Wait a minute, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Speakers? Item 4.
No, they just changed it. Hold on, I made it.
Would the Van Dams care to speak to the matter at this point? Sure. Please come up to the...
You know, I confess that, of course, Mr. Van Dam will have much more detailed knowledge of the project, so come on up.
Hi, my name is Troy Van Dam. So as you can see, we're looking to try and start a winery up at Cienega Road. We've actually been making wine we've been licensed through our house currently for about the last 7 years. And we found out really quickly that the best way to sell wine is through a tasting room. It's very difficult to do online or just by word of mouth. So we started looking, and in 2015, we bought this piece of property. It was previously a winery back from the mid-'70s to the early '90s. And they never had a tasting room, they never had vineyards on the property, but they were making wine and selling it to a lot of local restaurants. So when we purchased it, that was one of the things that the family, liked about the fact of us purchasing is it was kind of like a legacy to their dad, that we wanted to make it a winery again. And we felt that, it'd be great for the community. The community's growing. The wine industry is growing, and we think that Hollister should definitely be on the map. There's a lot of great wines that are made out here. Our intention is to stay a small winery. Part of it is because I do have a day job. I'm a chocolate maker by trade, so chocolate and wine, we kind of figured what else could you ask for?
Roses, you need flowers.
Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, any questions for me?
Yes, I would have a question. Looking through the use permit, your properties, the description of your properties, it says, let's see, you've got habitat conservation plan for kit fox. Is that so?
I don't know about the kit fox.
It says it's within the impact fee area for habitat conservation. So I'm assuming that's part of your fees.
Yes.
I just wondered if you had an active kind of role in this.
No.
Okay, the other thing is that it's described as 10 acres of scattered live oak and grassland sloping moderately uphill from Cienega.
Correct.
Now I note on the map here, that your parcel runs parallel to the road, and so you have a lot of frontage, correct? Are you planning to put a vineyard in there?
We are planning to put a vineyard in, but the plan is, unfortunately you can't see it on any of the illustrations here, but our plan is to only plant approximately 1 acre of grapes on the property because there are so many trees and hillsides and so forth. We want to maintain that natural beauty of the property. And the vineyards, like I said, about 1 acre, and there's areas right now that the land is already open, so we wouldn't even need to clear any trees in order to do that. And then the intention is the rest of the grapes we would source from various areas. Like right now, we're sourcing grapes from Paso Robles, from Hollister, and also from Napa as well. And that's part of our business plan, is to offer wines from various regions in California.
Coastal. Okay, that's nice. That was my concern, is that were you intending to clear any of the oaks? Was there going to be, taking away from the view shed that is really a resource for the wine trail itself? You know, people drive up that Cienega Road, and it's the view, it's the ambiance,
Right.
and what I'm hearing you say is that you're wanting to take advantage of that and keep that intact.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, that's part is to enhance it, and like there's on the property, because it was not maintained for well over 15 years, because the gentleman that owned it passed away in, I think, 94, and so there was nothing done with the property from probably about 2000 to when we purchased it in 2015. So there was a lot of overgrown shrubs and dead trees and so forth. So we did some cleaning up of that, but kept all of the oak trees. And that's the intention going forward, is to maintain the natural beauty of the property.
Nice, nice. I think that should be a beautiful business.
Thank you.
Commissioners?
Yes, I just wanted to state for the public record that I did meet with the applicant at the project site.
Yep.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any speaker cards? No? Okay, then we'll close. Public speaking. Commissioners, what's your wish?
I make a motion that we approve use permit PLN 190010.
I second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Mr. Van Dam, you have a use permit.
Next one is item number 5. Sonic Farms. Yeah, continue from March 20th.
Yeah. Thank you, Supervisor. Again, Mr. Rich Felsen will be presenting this item. I don't want to scoop his whole presentation, but this had been presented on March 20th, and we're here today with some revised conditions of approval and to let you know the work that's been done in between March and today. And Mr. Felsen is hoping to be succinct in his presentation because we understand there's going to be several speakers to this matter.
Okay, thank you.
We begin, and thank you. We are here to present the Swank Farms Agritourism Use Permit, or UP 1168-17. And so in relocating to the current site off the frontage road of 156 between Fairview and San Felipe, the Swanks have operated their corn maze and fall festival under 2 temporary use permits for 2017 and 2018. And that's fine on a temporary basis. But those events have impacts, and you want to get it straight so you can be on a permanent base footing with the county and any requirements. And that's what they've been working towards the past couple of years, and staff feels they're pretty much there at this point. Again, you see the location. I think we know where that is. It's on 23 acres with AP zoning and an agricultural land use designation. This is where it sits in the transportation, infrastructure right here. Good location, out away from everything, mostly, that is. And so we're relying on agricultural diversification, flexibility, maintaining, an entrepreneurial outlook to maintain the agricultural economic engine. And the general plan is full of policies that help support ag and its future variations going forward. So as far as zoning, though, this is a conditional use permit, which empowers, the code empowers in 25.07.001 empowers the Planning Commission to make a determination to preserve the general health, safety, peace, comfort, and welfare as long as they reduce potential adverse impacts in the area. So this is the section there. We see here where the 2 entrances out of the frontage road off 156 and Fairview. And so they're planning on 3 elements: retail, weddings, or farm-to-table dinners, and more seasonal attractions, perhaps, going forward, just tentatively. Now, again, I mentioned the authority here. As long as you find that you've accounted for any adverse impacts to protect the health, safety, peace, comfort, and welfare, general welfare, you're allowed to, the Planning Commission under Section 25.43.005, the authority is number 1, this is 5, you can regulate any of these elements. But what we've done, so this project, as many know, was continued from March 20th, so that the Swanks and their closest neighbors, the Hunters, could go over some potential measures that could be taken to reduce these adverse impacts, such as noise, light, traffic, conflict, for example. And so the planning staff went back and met separately with the Swanks and met separately with the Hunters to try to develop that list of potential measures or conditions of approval that could reduce those adverse impacts to a level where you're comfortable that you've protected general health, safety, peace, comfort, and welfare. And so we have distributed to you a fresh resolution with those additional conditions of approval. They've got a sheet on top so you can easily identify the extra conditions here, conditions 45 through 51. They're also included in the resolution before you on paper so it's a complete comprehensive resolution there that you're looking at. What I wanted to emphasize was 2 things. Or 3 things, I guess. We feel that this is the best possible route to address potential conflicts or adverse impacts with neighbors in a way that will reduce future back and forth, future conflict, but by minimizing the burden for entry into the process, but retain the ability of planning staff, the building official, code enforcement, to apply some of the listed conditions of approval in a way that deals directly with the adverse impact, does not require the neighbors to run around calling up code enforcement, oh no, this has happened, but also, with enough flexibility for planning staff to appropriately apply some of these measures to actually get at the adverse impact, as opposed to we've got an ordinance, what do we do now? Or we got an ordinance, but there's a conflict. Or we made them do this thing, but it's not working. So we have built into this some nuance in the language that, again, just to rephrase, minimizes the burden for entry to the applicant, but has concrete, solid measures that we feel will reduce those impacts, and allows the flexibility of staff to do it at an administrative level so that no one's hung up in the process as they go. And just in terms of wrapping up, I wanted to point out that a second neighbor had come by with some concerns, Mr. Scott and Margot Cloutier. I'm not sure if I pronounced that right, but this has also been distributed to you. So they received a survey, but in response they realized, hey, we had some adverse impacts that we're concerned about. So there would be, if this is approved, there will be changes to the neighborhood, especially with traffic on the frontage road, I think, at different hours and different types of traffic. But we've got some circulation, some measures that we feel would address some of that, especially by minimizing the use of the unsignalized entrance to the frontage road onto 156. And while we can't control all traffic, we feel that by minimizing and directing attendees not familiar with the area to a signalized intersection, that can really impact traveler safety much more than people might realize. So people coming stressed out, wedding, kind of car packed full of anxious people to an unknown site that they haven't visited, maybe at night. We feel that by directing them to the Fairview entrance, that's really going to have a stronger impact than most people might realize.
So, Mr. Fessing, may I add? So the handout that's in front of you is these conditions are included in the main resolution, but what these do is they very clearly, Mr. 45 through 51, show the work that we did back in the trenches between the continuance and now. And so let's briefly hit those through the chair with your permission. We're going to ask that the applicants maintain a log that tracks their basic activities of their special events, and keep that log on property, that should we need to. So, what was that loud thing last Wednesday, that we can go and get their log? Also, part of working out is the haunted house that they had the Swanks have offered to relocate that on the property to present less of a potential noise nuisance. They've offered to provide landscape screening and trees, and you can see that in number 47. Number 48 speaks to either a sound wall or some other functional equivalent that may reduce noise on a given evening. And the sound wall is too strong of a word, and to me it doesn't sound very rural, so I wanted to say another mechanism, like if you had a berm that deflected noise, or in the Swanks, ability to even just shut the barn doors if they wish to keep noise inside. As Mr. Felsen was speaking about the frontage road entrance, is that, and combined with number 50, is that people coming to Swank Farms would be encouraged to use the signalized intersection to come off of 156 to come on and access the frontage road. We wouldn't necessarily tell them that there's a second exit, but we don't necessarily need to say only use that one. They need the full utility, but we can direct them, and that's the furthest from the neighbor's house, that entrance. And also something here with circulation, should like get out of hand a little bit, that the county engineer can step in, but we're not expecting that. The frontage road, staff feels it's an ideal location for this proposal. So with that, did we come to the recommendation, and we'll have the applicant speak?
Well, I believe so. Here you can see the two entrances to the frontage road, for example. And, the sight lines aren't good at night. There's a sharp turn, and it's close proximity to some of the front yards. But nonetheless, we do ask for approval. And again, in that 48 number condition of approval, there's language in there that even if we're calling for a sound wall, the point is to to take effective action, but not until, it's up and running and the cause or the adverse impact that we're trying to concretely take care of is actually happening. So we'd like to have the concrete action, but at such time that it's necessary. And so that I think you can see we've got some room to work with, but clearly it's calling for effective action. And so I would yield to or cede the floor to any questions or speakers. So.
Any questions, Commissioners?
No questions.
No, I think it is really well planned out. When you enter into this parking section that's off of the frontage road, that it's going to be well controlled. People are going to be moving in and out and around the field. It's got a good fire exit plan or emergency because of the corn, and so I think it's all just beautifully planned, and I think that it has evolved to really. How many times can you say beautiful? It's really nice, really nice.
If we correct this now, that's not necessarily.
Comment? And please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and if someone comes in and already said something, then repeat, please.
And through the chair, with first opportunity from Bonnie and Dick Swain, yes, to speak to their matter. Thank you.
Go ahead. Oh, that's right, I go first. Sorry about that. Hi, everybody. Okay, once again, I would like to thank the Planning Department for helping us maneuver through this nearly 2.5-year process. I understand there are several items on the agenda tonight, so I will keep this short. Many of you are familiar with Swank Farms and the exposure we have brought to our community over the past 20 years. People travel all over the state during our fall festival to participate in our seasonal activities and enjoy an agricultural experience that they may not otherwise have been exposed to. In a time when land is being bought up for housing developments, it is important to keep agriculture alive. It has become harder and harder for small family farms to continue operating, and many have had to diversify, as we have done by turning to agritourism. Agritourism makes us a destination, drawing people to San Benito County who would otherwise simply pass through. While here, they will hopefully learn more about what our county has to offer. Enjoy the delicious wines produced in San Benito County. Visit the Pinnacles National Park, Hollister Hills, and of course our historical Mission San Juan Bautista. We hope to draw people in by offering a rural venue where they can come and enjoy our beautiful property, spend their money, and go home leaving no lasting footprint on our community. We enjoy our property and have every intention of keeping the integrity of our land for future generations. We are comfortable with the conditions presented by the Planning Department and thank them again for their hard work.
Thank you. Thank you.
First, I'd like to thank Rich Felsing, Tavin, Kennison, Brown, and the staff at the Planning and Building Department for helping us through the use permit process. In 2000, it became obvious to Swank Farms wanted to continue farming. We had to find another way to make money off the land. We had to diversify. We did this by adding our annual corn maze, now known as Swank Farms Fall Festival. By doing so, we're able to pay long overdue bills and we're able to move forward. This year we'll celebrate our 20th season, and if there's one thing I know, the only constant in life is change, and we have to change. When we had to move from our old location, from land we rented to recently purchased land, it was time to rethink and diversify our operation once again. The opportunity to build and add added value to our property was important to the survival of our farm. If granted our permanent use permit, we will have the opportunity to explore many exciting options. Bonnie and I have worked very hard to secure our mother and aunt's ranch and to add 21-acre parcel to the Pacheco Pass Highway. Together, we look forward to establishing a profitable and enjoyable venue that we can hand down to future generations. We love this community and hope to share with those who otherwise would not be able to experience the farm in our wonderful county of San Benito. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Public speakers.
Yes. Michelle?
Hi, my name is Michelle Capitahi, and I've worked for Swank Farms since 2009. I have been the manager at the Swank Farms Fall Experience for over 7 years. During that time, I've been in charge of hiring employees for the event. Swank Farms employs roughly 80 people each season, giving many young people their first job. Dick and Bonnie have even participated with San Benito High School in hiring disabled kids who would otherwise not get the experience in a work atmosphere. I'm very excited to be working with Bonnie's son Andrew Kistler this year and always on the proposed upcoming events. Andrew has worked in the food service business since he was 16 and has bartended and waited tables at the inn at Tres Pinas for several years and brings a lot of experience to the operation. It has been amazing the support that has flooded in through emails and social media. I have literally been in tears, and so has Bonnie, reading the emails and the memories of all the people who have just emailed and called to say all their memories at Swank Farms. I hope Dick and Bonnie are granted their use permit and continue with their dream of making people happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Scott Clouder?
My name is Scott Cloutier, and I'm a neighbor. I live in this little community right here. There's 5 families, 5 houses that are there, and 5 families. And we're probably 300 or 400 yards away from the Swank's property. And the only time there's any kind of problem is when they have their fall celebration thing. There's noise sometimes late at night that we can hear, and there's some light, but it doesn't bother us too much because our bedroom is on the other side of the house, but if it was held in the summertime, it would really be a problem because we have the windows open and we'd hear all the screams from the haunted house and the other stuff because we can hear them pretty well. But in the wintertime, we usually have the windows closed, so we can't really hear it that much. If we keep the TV on, we're okay. I have a couple other concerns, though. Since we park so close to that frontage road, all of our cars are bordering the road here. I was concerned about people running into our cars if they have a little bit to drink or whatever, and there's no white lines on the road, there's no yellow stripes, there's a lot of potholes on the road, so it could be a dangerous thing. I like Richard's proposal of coming in on the stoplight over there at Fairview. That'll route people away from our residential area. I think that's a really good idea. I know we can't close it off or anything, but that's a good solution there. Also, all of the families there and some of the families that live behind their farms, there's a lot of houses back there, like to take walks, walk our dogs, ride bicycles and stuff down that frontage road because there's not a lot of traffic on there. Of course, this is probably going to change. If they have this business, there'll be a lot more traffic. It's hard to tell when cars are coming by and coming up behind you if you're walking because the highway is right there and you hear the highway noise. You can't tell if it's on the road you're on or if it's on the highway. So it's a little nerve-wracking, but I guess we'll just have to deal with that. I think that the road is in pretty bad shape there and that something has to be done because there's a lot of potholes on that road. If you increase the traffic, it's going to get a lot worse. So it's something to consider. Otherwise, I don't think they should not expand their business or anything. I think they should have a good, healthy business. Just some solutions that they had proposed, that Richard has proposed, I think will be good. So please consider them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jacob Hunter?
All right, so full disclaimer, if it's not obvious, I'm the son of Liz and Rich, but also full disclaimer, my first job was from Swank Farms. So I kind of have a little bit of a unique experience to be able to talk on both of that. But also last disclaimer, although I grew up and spent most of my childhood in that house, I no longer live there full-time. So it's in light of all these disclaimers that I'm trying to present these statements as objectively as possible. My parents didn't ask me to come up here, and Dick and Barney didn't ask me to come up here. I just kind of want to make sure that I convey to you guys what's on my mind and what I see. So working for Swank Farms was a great experience and one that I'm definitely effusively grateful for. It helped instill in me a greater appreciation for agriculture and impact that the fresh local produce can have on one's well-being. I think we all as residents of San Benito County intrinsically understand that our community's agricultural roots are something that we value and it's something that we want to preserve. And so I'm sure that all the commissioners, as are most people in this room, are very excited about the prospect of this type of project that can help deepen and spread those roots within our community. That being said, I would just, however, caution against a sort of unmitigated monetization of that. And I'm not saying that we're not taking the steps to mitigate that, but I just kind of want to reinforce that from my perspective, because I've always thought there's more to this community than economics, right? And on the specific topic of kind of rural character, well-being, health, everything, as a third-party observer, I can honestly say that my parents' well-being, health, and the rural character of their area has definitely changed. So I left for active duty military training for 2 years, and I've come back to see my mother on the verge of tears because of the potential impacts to their way of life that this project presents. Again, I'm not saying that the project itself is bad, but it's the potential impacts, the side effects that we need to consider. And in engineering, we call those second and third order effects. As an engineer by trade, I see this problem as a classic engineering problem, right? I've built rockets for SpaceX, F-15s for Boeing, and high-speed bullet trains for Hyperloop. And this is classic engineering problems where you always have to consider the second and third order effects. A good engineer looks at each problem holistically, considering all the first, second, third order effects, in order to arrive at the most ideal situation and solution. We call this due diligence. and it's actually fundamental to the engineering process. It's what keeps people safe and what keeps projects operational and fully fledged. This may be designing or implementing certain controls to curtail second and third order effects. It may mean sacrificing the short-term gains for the long-term stability and sustainability of the project. But either way, in any case, it's critical to the success of the project and the safety of all those involved. So from that perspective, and in light of this, I just ask that the Commission approaches this project much like an engineering project, and to attempt to arrive at the most ideal solution for all those involved. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Liz Hunter?
Good evening, Planning Commissioners and staff. As you're aware, my name is Liz Hunter, and my husband and I are the neighbors immediately adjacent to the proposed Swank project. We appreciate the extension you initially granted to us to allow us additional time to research the proposed project. While researching, we found that there are in fact a number of areas that the proposed project impacts, and those areas needed to be addressed. We submitted a list of impacts along with suggested mitigations taken directly from county code. We thank the staff for reviewing and attempting to include some elements to lessen the impacts. The definition of mitigation is the action of reducing the severity, seriousness, or painfulness of something. The Swanks are putting in a business. Yes, it is classified as agritourism, but it's still a business. They are impacting individuals and the rural character of the area in order to make a profit. Individuals like ourselves that are just living life as we have been will now be required to install and pay for features to mitigate their impacts if they are not required to implement specific mitigations. Unlike the false narrative that the Swanks have spread on both social media and by having people go door to door, my husband and I do not oppose the project. We oppose a project that does not require them to do their part of lessening the impacts that they will be causing and or creating. As responsible individuals, they should both have financial and moral obligation to the neighbors and the environment. They did not plan to do any form of mitigation and will if it's required. If all the conditions of approval are implemented and enforced, they will at least be attempting to lessen the impacts. The project needs the county to exercise a measure of control over the extent of the use in order to attempt minimizing the detrimental effects to the health, safety, peace, comfort, and general welfare of all the neighbors and the rural setting. We understand that one of the county's goal is to increase revenue, and a way of doing that is to establish agritourism businesses. Another goal of the county is to maintain the rural character that has allowed the area to be sought after for its agricultural charm. I would think that you as planning commissioners would want these projects that you are approving to succeed. It doesn't make much sense to me that you would approve a project that will violate a number of county ordinances once it's operating if all the proposed conditions of approval set forth are not required to be put into place. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Rich Hunter?
Commissioners and staff, thank you for your consideration. Richard, especially for your work in helping design some mitigations. Since we found out about the Swanks' plan to expand the intensity and scope of their fall festival to a year-round commercial operation, we have tried to work within the process prescribed by the planning department. County code identifies and requires certain thresholds for mitigation to be met to protect the health, safety, peace, and comfort of the persons residing in the neighborhood. That's Section 254301, authority. We identified our issues and listed them for the planner, the Swanks, citing the county code and possible mitigations provided therein. We're not against the project. We're for a responsible mitigation of the project. Against these reasonable objections from us about regulating time, place, and manner, the mission and purview of the planning department, the Swanks, instead of engaging with us as a working partner in the process, have undertaken an all-out campaign on social media and by door-to-door canvassing wherein we were by name cast as anti-agriculture, we're not, and standing in the way of progress. Obviously, this inappropriate action is beyond the pale. How do you think they will respond to or present it to an upset, intoxicated wedding guest when they have to shut down their music because they're in violation of the county ordinance? We don't want to be a regulator. Without the prescribed additional mitigations provided for by code and proactive enforcement by the operator themselves, this proposal not only threatens our rural atmosphere, but our personal safety in our own home. The bully tactics employed in this effort to tip the scales did have a positive effect, though. While trying to convince our neighbors that Halloween is a great year-round idea, and that only the hunters were standing in the way, we found additional resistance to their plans from right next door. After they were canvassed by the Swanks, they came forward unsolicited with their objections, having no prior knowledge of the proposed project as they were outside the 300-foot requirement. They're just now organizing their response, but like us, they are all working people and some could not make this meeting. They have, however, in person and by proxy made their objections known. The Swanks have enthusiastically touted the many benefits of their project will bring throughout the county. We hope the same enthusiasm will extend to an effort to protect the health, safety, peace, and comfort of their immediate neighbors. And I'll enter into the record a signed statement from the adjacent property owner, which represents the owner that has the 5 families living next door to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it? So, we close the public meeting. Okay. Commissioners?
That's the original. You're passing.
Open up for the commissioners. Any questions?
Just a question through the chair for Davin. So in terms of the use permit, it is a conditional use permit, assuming that the owners adhere to these conditions that we've had now added to the proposal?
Yeah, we thought of 51 separate things for the condition and regulation of this, and I've got a few typos in there, but yes.
And is this an annual permit that they would need to come back and apply for, or is it?
No, sir.
It's permanent, but it's based on the conditions.
There's a provision that if they do not act upon, if they were granted an approval and they did not act or, make it part of the land and activity, that would expire in 2 years and wouldn't be available anymore. But they've got time to implement it, and as you see, they already have things on property. But as with any conditional use permit that's revocable by the Planning Commission, but generally it has to be an egregious code enforcement action or some acknowledgement in the record that someone has not operated according to their agreement with their conditions. And so what happens is through the normal course of land use and planning, staff will address this with the property owner and give them an opportunity to redress the situation. And Yeah, and it's, generally people's business interests, they want to keep going versus, lose out. And generally it's a being pretty self-monitoring situation on the property owners. Not with every case, but generally. Yeah, so this would empower the property, not needing an annual review.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Commissioner?
No, outside of the fact that, yes, I think if a business wants to maintain its good reputation, it will self-regulate, and I see no reason to believe that the Swank Farms is not having good intentions to go down that road. So I have no arguments.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to approve, or is there a motion?
I move that we approve use permit number UP 1168-17, resolution number 2019-05.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
And I guess I should note, since there was opposition, this approval is appealable to the Board of Supervisors within the next 10 days. To make an appeal, that takes an application form, and I think it's, and a fee, which I think is a little over $1,000. So should this be appealed to the Board of Supervisors for further consideration?
Item number 6. Does amend the zoning code.
We just handed it. I don't know if that needs to come up to the...
Give me just a minute, Mr. Chair, so I can load the presentation.
This resolution was first, number item number 6, but this has to be passed after.
This doesn't go now.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. While I'm bringing this up, there's some additional items that were not in the packet that you should have in front of you. There should be a letter from Mr. Wolf, who's an attorney from San Francisco. I think there's also a letter from Granite Rock with clarifications just on the conditions of their property, which is adjacent to Livestock 101. And then lastly, I think Tavin just handed out a revised copy of the resolution, which is why I was late and didn't get my presentation loaded. So, Mr. Chair, thank you. Members of the Commission, my name is Darrell Boyd. I'm the project planner for this series of items that are before you now. There's actually items 6 through 11. These are all related to the implementation of the commercial regional general plan land use designation. Some of you have seen presentations on this item before, so some of this might be a repeat for you. But essentially, in terms of background, when the 2035 general plan was updated, there were commercial nodes that were designated on the land use diagram. There's actually 3 different categories of nodes. 2 of the categories roughly equate to the existing C1, C2 zoning districts, but the commercial regional designation did not align with an existing zoning district. The commercial regional designation was applied to 3 sites along US 101. And so what we're here tonight is to first talk about the adoption, consideration and adoption of the regional commercial C3 zoning district, which is a new zoning district. So that's really the first order of business. So This is figure 3-2 from the general plan, and so this shows that the various types of nodes, but the ones that we're interested in and considering tonight are these three here. This node at 156 was actually shown in error, and it's very clear when the Board of Supervisors adopted the general plan that node was not supposed to be there. So that's an error that we'll clean up as a part of this process. This is actually figure 3-5, and this correctly shows the three nodes. So in terms of tonight's actions, and this is explained in the staff report, but there's a series of items, and there is a certain logic to the way we've tried to lay them out for you. The first is we will ask you to consider the adoption of the regional commercial C3 zoning district to implement the general plan, pending a recommendation to the board for approval of that. Then there are three nodes the three nodes that are already designated on the general plan. We'll ask you to apply the new C3 district to actual property on the ground. And then the fourth item is Livestock 101, a general plan amendment to add a fourth commercial node to Livestock 101 if that is deemed approvable, recommending to the board approval of that rezoning for Livestock 101. I think it's important to point out, and probably I'll repeat this too many times this evening, but there's no physical development that's actually proposed as a part of this project. Essentially what this project is continuing the implementation of the general plan from 2035. And so there's nothing that you'll do tonight that would actually result in ground disturbance or anything like that. We'll talk a bit about process, but there would be requirements for additional permits and CEQA review for projects to come forward. So this is just a diagram, an illustration to remind us all that essentially what we're dealing with is we're in this realm of zoning, right? So the general plan, constitution, the county's vision, long-term through 2035 of how land uses should be. Tonight we're talking about the zoning that would implement that. This zoning district, if it's adopted, would then lay out the regulations, the standards, and the processes for future conditional use permits or whatever, as would be appropriate. So the code is proposed by staff, and again, this is the actual draft codes attached to the staff report. Some of this is actually discussed in the code staff report. But we're recommending that there basically be 5 levels of uses or approval, review authority in this case. The first level of use would be those uses that don't require any review at all by anybody. They would just be allowed by right. They would tend to be sort of agricultural-related uses. There's a pretty minor administrative permit process that we're calling a site plan review. That process already exists in the code in other circumstances. This would be for things that are very minor in nature, essentially would come in and just do a quick review at the counter. There would be no public noticing. The expectation would be that there would be nothing here that would require CEQA review. One of the general plan policies applicable to the commercial regional designation requires design review, which is something new for San Benito County. San Benito County typically in the past has not done what we would consider to be design review. And so we've introduced a third level, which we call a design review process, which is really like a minor use permit. And again, this would be intended to be at an administrative level. There would be notices to property owners within, say, 300 feet, as we do now with other types of permits. And if there was an issue, it could actually be brought before you if there was a reason to do so, and the directors thought that was appropriate. The fourth level is conditional use permit. Conditional uses, much like you were talking about previously, this just carries on with the way the use permit process is already established in the code. This new one, though, the really important one for the process overall is this last one, number 5. The code is set up in such a way, because of because of the importance of the corridor, the sensitivity of these nodes along the 101 corridor for environmental reasons and so forth, there's a real desire, I think, even pointed out by the general plan, to do really good comprehensive planning of these nodes. So rather than coming in with one building here and one building there, the proposed code tries to incentivize or encourage what we're calling a master development plan. And it would use the conditional use permit process, so this master development plan would come in front of the commission. You would see the developer's sort of overall vision for how the node would be developed. It would include detailed site plans for access and parking and lighting and landscaping, as well as architectural design and so forth. And so the idea is that once then these master development plans were approved by the Planning Commission, that would streamline then subsequent processes such that developers could then come in and do more minor permits, say at level 2 and 3, as long as they're consistent with the master development plan. So that's kind of the vision that the code is trying to lay out, is that there's overall comprehensive planning done for each node, so that because one of the things we heard from the commission was that you all wanted to make sure that you had an opportunity to review these projects. The master development plan process gives you that opportunity, but yet at the same time it provides a vehicle through which then subsequent reviews can be streamlined as long as they're consistent with that master development plan. And likewise, that master development plan could be amended. It's not necessarily cast in stone, but it would also allow for public hearings, public input on the master development plan. There would be CEQA required for this master development plan, so we'd do initial studies, and then based on the actual project that's proposed and the potential impacts, then we would decide what the appropriate process would be for CEQA review. Whether it would be, say, mitigated negative declaration, could be an EIR, maybe not, but we wouldn't know until the projects came in. Excuse me. So then the rest of the C3 district really deals with the rest of the typical zoning code regulations and provisions and standards that you would expect to see. So there are development standards, there's limits on how much development would be allowed. Again, for example, with the master development plan, there's incentives that if you do a master development plan, you maybe can go a little higher. You might get a few more hotel rooms and things like that to try to incentivize that master development plan process. There's setbacks, yards, and reservations is really talking about setbacks. And again, a key piece of the general plan policy was the idea that each of the nodes should be distinctive in its own way in terms of architectural design and so forth. So again, here's just, I said some of this already, but just in terms of the master development plan, that would allow the commission to get to see most of the uses, streamlining the process. It would be comprehensive, and it would really establish the design theme as well as a marketing plan. One of the aspects of these nodes is the intent to market San Benito County, its products and so forth. And again, each node would probably vary somewhat in how it did that. So in terms of limitations, maybe not the best word, but the idea here is that, again, based on the testimony that we heard in front of the commission and comments from the commission, there's a great appreciation for the natural environment, the corridor, the 101 corridor. There's a desire to basically have these nodes be separated so that there's then open space. The vision overall is to not create a US 101 landscape like you might have between, I don't know, San Jose and San Francisco or someplace where you don't know what town or city you're in. So the idea is to avoid that. So there's an appreciation of what's out there now, and so the code really tries to do as much as it can in terms of environmental protection. There's provisions that would essentially prohibit the removal of like native oak trees and things like that. You'll see in the draft code there's a lot of regulations that deal with lighting and so forth to really try to make sure that these nodes and this development is as unobtrusive as possible in the area over there and along 101. We would avoid steep slopes and so forth. So in terms of the limits for development is that each node is limited to 85 to 100,000 square feet of retail commercial. And that's not a huge amount, but it seems like that's a good number to start with. There's also a limit on 125 hotel rooms. That would be per node. Just in terms of economic development, that's another reason the nodes actually exist. We talked a little bit about the architectural and design themes and how there needs to be a review for each of those. The marketing plan, there's actually requirements for tourism kiosks and so forth at each of the nodes. And there's also provisions in the code that would allow for some regional signage. I think that was discussed with the Planning Commission, where there, roughly at each end of the county, as you're coming into the county from the south headed north or vice versa, that there would be some signs that would identify these nodes and basically serve as a tourism marker and identify that there was additional information available. In terms of CEQA compliance, and this is what one of the letters addresses, is that staff believes that we've taken a very conservative CEQA approach with this effort, in that there is a general plan from an EIR. This project is really just implementing that. It's an extension of that project. One of the bright lines, I think, that helps in trying to understand and decipher where we're at in the CEQA world is that if there's any ground that's going to be disturbed, if you're going to go out and do grading or start moving dirt, that's the point at which you're at project level, versus this is really another step in what we would call the program level in terms of the policy adoption, the policy framework that's being adopted to actually implement the general plan. And so that's why staff's very confident that our CEQA approach is actually conservative. We're proposing addendums to the general plan final EIR. There were initial studies done for each of the nodes, and that's a significant amount of the bulk of your packet for tonight is those initial studies. And so we've really tried to show our math in terms of why we believe that an addendum to the general plan EIR is appropriate in this case. As a marker, I guess, if you look at the general plan EIR and look at the amount of development that was analyzed in the general plan EIR assumed under the commercial regional designation, it's around 125 acres or so, and the FAR is at 0.8, which means that you get somewhere on the order of 4 million square feet at 100,000 per node. Say 4 nodes, that's only 400,000 square feet. So we feel that we're well under the amount of development that was actually assumed in the analysis for the general plan. And like we said, future ground disturbing activities, project level activities, in conjunction with the master development plans, would require additional CEQA analysis with specifics to be determined based on what's being proposed. So with that, Mr. Chair, staff's recommending that the Commission adopt a resolution to recommend to the Board of Supervisors the consideration of the addendum to the general plan FEIR, and that's basically what CEQA says. For addendums, you just need to consider it. It's not necessarily actually adopted per se, but that you've already considered it. And approve Title 25, the code changes to add the new regional commercial C3 district to implement the general plan goals and policies. And there are some minor amendments to the code, as well as the adoption of the C3 district, in order to make everything mesh together. And again, just to reinforce that there's nothing in terms of actual physical development that would be allowed by this recommendation to the board if you deemed the new district approvable. So with that, Mr. Chair, what staff's proposing in terms of your process, it would be to go ahead and open the public hearing just on this code piece, and then you have your deliberations and make a decision on the adoption of the C3, because depending on that may influence then the next set of projects where you actually would apply the district to the map. Well, that's the one thing that I forgot to say is that when we talk about zoning, there's really two key elements to zoning. One is actually the code, which is the text, the words, and so that's really what we're presenting to you. But the other piece of the zoning code is actually the map. And so what we're doing here is just amending the code to put in place the new regulations, uses, and so forth. The next step would then be to apply this district to land, the physical world, and so just in terms of thinking about it, that's how we sort of split it up. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Yes. I just wanted to confirm that the ordinance is in line with Land Use 5.3, where the Planning Commission has final design review.
Yes, Mr. Chair. That's really the intent of the master development plan, is that through that master development plan process, part of that would be looking at the overall design. So that's the intent of the master development plan process.
Commissioners, any more questions? Okay, we're ready for public comment. Item 6 only. Any speaker codes?
Yeah, Dan DeVries?
Through the chair, do you have an estimate on how many speaker cards you have? Oh, boy. On number 6, not the rest of them. Would they specify?
6 through 11.
6, no, just 6. We're just going to talk about 6. Okay. Okay, 16 just for number 6? Okay.
So I better be brief. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission. Dan DeVries. I'm here on behalf of the node owners, somewhat generically. I'm going to limit my comments to basically 2 areas. One is just first a historic review as to how we got here, and second is to talk about the implementation of this zoning. The history and the context, I think, is really important, because not too long ago the county was really struggling with creating revenue, and the Board of Supervisors specifically was looking at ways to derive revenue from motorists going through the county, specifically 101. Well, how do you accomplish that and still maintain some type of balance with the things that we all love here, the reasons why we all moved here, which is the open space and the agricultural vistas and the natural environment? And Mr. Boyd mentioned the Bayshore Freeway, Highway 101, going up to San Francisco. And not too long ago, I asked folks, I said, what's the prettiest way to get to San Francisco, Highway 280 or 101? Everyone said, well, 280, of course, it's a scenic highway. Well, that's right. And 101, what's that experience like? Wall-to-wall commercial, just unbridled, right up to the fog line, solid. What's the difference? Well, the difference is, on the one hand, there's a lot of regulation as regards building. On the other, none. And the only problem for San Benito is that, unlike Santa Clara County that has 280 and 101 both going north-south, or San Mateo County that has both, they can keep one pretty, and they can let another one just go to industrial development. We only have the one. So then logically, if you think about it, there's only 2 options. One is to never do anything commercial on Highway 101, and the other is then, on the other extreme, to just let it go, like Gilroy or Salinas, like Monterey County has done in Salinas, or Santa Clara County has done in Gilroy. Well, we thought that there might be a better alternative, and that is to achieve balance. That is to have Highway 101 in San Benito be a scenic highway with some breaks and abayances for we could derive some type of commercial revenue for the county, for the coffers, for the things that we all care about, fixing roads and schools and all that stuff. And that was the goal. So really, this whole node concept at the general plan phase was a land conservation effort to prevent 101 in San Benito County from becoming the Bayshore Freeway.
or if we're looking at Gilroy or Salinas. That was the goal. And I think this ordinance and these proposals come as close as anyone can to achieving that balance. But I want to emphasize the fact that the rest of Highway 101, besides these nodes, these distinct limited nodes, should be kept open, beautiful, the way we love it. And we can accomplish that through conservation easements, through strict regulations to in fact make 101 scenic. That's kind of amorphous in the code right now. So the Planning Commission can look at other ways to preserve the rest of 101. And that should be the focus. As Mr. Shedman, since I'm representing,
Just close it off because there's so many speakers.
I know. Thanks, Richard. This will just take a second. As to the implementation of this thing, the main focus that you should pay attention to is this whole concept of the master plan submittal. Each one of these nodes needs to come in with their master plan and say, look, this is what it is. This is what it's going to look like. And that will provide this commission, the public, staff, everyone with an opportunity to really look at what is going to be specifically done in each node. Thank you.
Cara?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Carla Bonk, and I live in San Juan Bautista. Once the C3 zone is adopted, then developers are entitled to develop the commercial development. You can't say no at all. And while I don't think C3 should be adopted, I am primarily concerned about the intersections with Highway 129, 156, and Rocks Road. These are all gateways to the National Registered Historic City of San Juan Bautista. The existing vistas of farm, agricultural, and range lands are cultural landscapes, and I believe they are subject to CEQA review, and they should be preserved. This unique and quickly disappearing rural landscape sets the stage for an authentic experience in our historic town. And as you know, tourism is our economic lifeblood. We don't need gas stations, fast food restaurants, and cheap hotels to mar the landscape. We don't need urban homogenization and fake Disneyland themes. Motorists have the rights to pleasing vistas as well. Please preserve the beauty of our county. Amend the general plan to eliminate the C3 commercial regional designation, and then prepare the appropriate EIR documents. Thank you.
Gina?
Thank you, Chair and Planning Commission. I'm Gina Paulini, and I'm representing Preserve Our Rural Communities, and our acronym is PORC tonight. And we're an incorporated nonprofit organization representing San Benito, Monterey, and Santa Cruz residents, dedicating to protecting the rural character of the region. Tonight, we have presented a letter to the Planning Commission from our attorney, Mark Wolf, and I just want to see if you've received it. If not, I have some additional copies for you. And just in summary, what Mark has presented is that the county should prepare a subsequent or supplemental EIR for the rezoning projects, and the county should avoid improperly piecemealing the commercial node approvals. The decision to prepare addendums to the previously certified general plan EIR rather than prepare a subsequent or supplemental EIR is based on the assertion that all potentially significant foreseeable environmental impacts associated with the zoning reclassification were previously disclosed, evaluated, and mitigated in the earlier EIR. This assertion is inaccurate. In addition, tonight we're presenting the county with signatures from the community opposing the commercial node project. So I have 3 petitions that we've collected. I don't have copies, but I just have the petitions. These signatures were gathered from residents within and outside the county that would be impacted by the county's proposed project. We think this community engagement was really important for us in seeing how much community engagement took place during the 2035 when these nodes were identified. One of the questions to ask is, why did the county incorporate the commercial node concept? And it was to increase revenue for the county. But will it? Where's the fiscal impact analysis that would determine if this was necessary? It is appropriate to ask the developers to provide that fiscal impact analysis. It's not a CEQA requirement, but you can ask the developers to do that. The C3 zoning invites a myriad of uses that would impact the residents of the community with little or no community benefit. Hotel uses will bring TOT to the county, but these will be lower-end clientele. They won't be the high-end hotels that are in Monterey. This would in turn bring more criminal activity, disturbances, car thefts, etc., that would impact public services that are already overburdened. Hotel room supply does not create hotel room demand. The county does not have a corporate or tourism base to support the hotels. This project is not going to save the county that's already in fiscal crisis, yet it would have long-reaching impacts to the surrounding community. Pork is not anti-growth. I just want you to make that really clear. We support agritourism and the preservation of our natural resources. Tonight we are, wrap it up really quick. We're asking that the Planning Commission decline the recommended approvals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Rowe?
First of all, my name is Robert Robe. I live at 340 Dante Robles and Aromas, right across from 101 Livestock and across the freeway from the Red Barn. I want to thank you guys for your service. I know it's definitely not always on the upside. I read a scripture this morning from the book of Samuel. The Lord said to Samuel, "Do not consider his appearance or his height, for I have rejected him. The Lord does not look at the things man looks at. Man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." What's the heart of this issue? To me, it's money. The county and the developers are hoping to subsidize their pocketbook. And when these nodes are rezoned, any one of these property owners can sell their property to the highest bidder because their property will probably quadruple. However, the county and the neighbors will get the short end of the stick. Let's do some simple math. Let's say each of these nodes has a 60-room hotel. That's 240 rooms. Let's say each room on average books 150 a night, double occupancy per night. Let's say that 240 rooms book out for 300 nights a year. That's 82% occupancy. That's $10,800,000, of which the county will get 12% TOT. That's $1,296 a year, of which they'll probably have to hire a new deputy sheriff, a new planning person, a new road maintenance person, all with the cost of approximately $194,000. Subtract that from the $1.2 million, and you got $1.1 million. But that's unrealistic. The actual occupancy rate is probably going to be closer to 40%. That's $648,000. Take the $194,000 away, and you got $453,000. That's $113,000 per site. Now let's talk about water use. On average, it takes 17 gallons of water per shower. Times that by 2, that's 34 gallons per night. Times 300, that's 10,200 gallons a night. Times 240 rooms, that's 2,448,000 gallons of water. Cut it in half, but we haven't even talked about restaurants and gas stations, bathrooms. Cut it in half, that's 1.244 thousand gallons of water from zero. Pretty much zero right now. Lastly, the county probably won't hire any more staff, thinking that they could save money. Thus, already stressed resources become inept, response times lengthen, trash buildup, homeless move in. At the end, with a little bit of money, a lot more water use, and a huge taxation on the community, health, safety, and welfare. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Karras?
Hello, I'm Tom Karras. I live in Aromas, and I have a few comments on this proposal. My wife and I moved to Aromas to get away from the city. We oppose the commercial rezoning that will create urban sprawl at the end of our road and along the freeway. And many of my neighbors expressed the same opinion, although they couldn't make it because they're working and take care of kids tonight. The scenic countryside from San Juan to Beta Bell Road will be spoiled by commercial development. Our neighborhood water wells dried up in the 1990s. Household water wells are still going dry because of aquifer overdraft. The proposed commercial development will accelerate the loss of household water wells in the area. It's already difficult to exit the freeway onto San Juan Road at that interchange during commute hours because so many cars are coming from Watsonville and getting on the northbound side. Commercial development at Livestock 101 and Rocks Ranch will create an unsafe traffic condition at this interchange. I respectfully request that the Planning Commission decline to recommend the approval of zoning changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Todd Cushman?
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Todd Cushman, and I'm from the San Benito portion of Aromas. I stand here before you again tonight to tell you the people of Aromas don't want your development. These are nothing more than glorified truck stops with cute names and an alligator that aren't going to bring in the type of revenue you're looking for. We are surrounded by great cities with great attractions. Monterey has the aquarium and Cannery Row. Santa Cruz has the beach boardwalk. San Francisco has Fisherman's Wharf, Pier 39, and the Golden Gate Bridge. Napa has the Wine Trail, and Silicon Valley is the tech capital of the world. You have the seeds of greatness. You simply choose not to sow them. Hollister is known far and wide for its first-class bike rallies and off-roading. You could capitalize on that and build the world's greatest bike destination. You could call it Thunder Village and build hotels, restaurants, bars, have a manufacturer's midway, and an amphitheater to host concerts to draw in the best bands. Then build its sister site in the Hollister Hills, called Thunder Hills, and build a similar venue. People will flock from all over the country to enjoy these great venues, and the local economy will thrive due to the spillover effect from people buying gas, groceries, and things they forgot to pack. If you build these, they will come. Small bait catches small fish. Large bait catches large fish. I ask you to please leave our small town alone, but dream big and build big here in your own town. Build a legacy for the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sorry, could you clarify the name for the record?
Sure. My name is Andy Shaw-Coron. Thank you all for hearing our concerns. I live off of Cole Road. On this side, on the San Benito County side of that area of the San Juan interchange, it's very clear that the people on this western flank of the San Benito County were not in any way solicited or engaged in this discussion that will change the lives of the people on this end of the county. This area right now, along this highway, is this beautiful area as people have described. It includes areas like Beta Bell, which is part of the Amma Mutson's place called Urastock, which is where, according to Valentin Lopez, the tribal chairman, where the world began. Talking to Anne Marie Sayers from Indian Canyon, down at Rocks Ranch, where all those rock outcroppings were, it was used historically as a place for sacred ceremonies. You've got the confluence of the San Benito and the Pajaro River right there with the floodplain. You've got the headwaters, Carneros Creek of Elkhorn Slough. You've got a corridor that wildlife goes through, and everybody who drives this highway knows it as one of the most beautiful areas still left on Highway 101. Instead, what you intend to do is turn this into active on and off ramps, and if you look at the active on and off ramps now, each one of them congests that major artery and makes it nigh on impossible for the people coming through this area to travel. So what you will do with each of these active on and off ramps is to add additional congestion to this artery, taking more time from all of the people out there, creating more traffic, creating greater risk of fire as more people get off the roads in these areas, toss their cigarettes. So fundamentally, you change the area without asking any of us. We didn't even know that these things were happening except that one property adjacent to the 101 livestock auction met the 300-foot criteria, and that person let the rest of us all know. So this was not any kind of open process engaging the community. It was a very flawed process, and you should be ashamed, to be frankly, to try to slide something like this in that so fundamentally changes the lives of the people out there. For me, when you say C3, that C might as well stand for cancer, because that's what those nodes will be. As you get them established, each of these people will then have a right to develop commercially. The properties will flip, new people will come in, and when you decide to impose your Disneyland ideas, as somebody put it, of development there, these folks will say, no, I'm not doing it, and it's zone C3, and I intend to sue the county to get what I want out of the property that I now spent a small fortune for. So you're opening up a process that can only hurt the county when you really want to have people take a left turn there and head into the county and spend money in the county, not congest 101. Thank you.
Thank you.
That would be Beach.
I gotta follow that. My name is Matthew Beachy. My wife and I moved to Aromas 4 years ago in order to live in a community where we can be fully involved in the rural nature of growing most of our own food and helping others on a personal level. We become active Grange members and support local events through it as well as through Transition Aromas. I also enjoy San Juan Bautista and often go there to meet with friends or to have dinner. I'm concerned that these node developments will adversely impact the nature of our lives out here. And remember, we don't live on the scenic part of it, we live on the nodes. They will bring more traffic and congestion to the areas like San Juan Road and the 129-101 junction. That congestion will adversely impact San Juan Bautista as well as Aromas. Frankly, when I commute to San Jose, I already leave home at 5 a.m. to attempt to avoid the traffic that happens in Gilroy and Morgan Hill. Why would anyone want to bring that type of misery here? Can we learn by another's mistakes and try to develop in a way that is more consistent with the tenets of the general plan that protect our current way of life? Frankly, the pictures used and much of the wording pay homage to our rural communities. I see very little speaking or showing a strip mall, highway, hotel lifestyle. Changing the zoning of these nodes to mixed commercial agricultural use will inevitably usher in this type of development. As a resident of San Benito County, I want more involvement of the citizens in deciding what types of businesses we want in our county, as well as more involvement in those businesses. And I really like what I heard earlier tonight as well. And I don't mean the choice to sell our land to a developer or not. I agree with the board chair, Mark Medina, when he's said, as quoted in the Benito link of March 11th, "From everyone here, I've heard we need businesses in this community. We need industry. We need to keep people off the highway. We need to keep people home. Frankly, these nodes do not keep people home or off the highway. Respectfully, this change in the general plan should be vetted by the people. They should be given more opportunities to be part of the county's revenue solution. Do not give our challenges to outside developers who will line their pockets first and deliver a terrible product second. I respectfully request that the Planning Commission decline to recommend approval of the zone changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mary Shaw Coron. I live on Ricardo Drive, and it's located right between the proposed Rocks Ranch property and the Livestock 101. I've been there 30 years, and one of the things I've noticed during that period of time is the water situation. And I believe at one of the previous Planning Commission meetings, it was pointed out by one of the planners that our area is in critical overdraft. In other words, we're pumping out more water from the aquifers than nature replenishes, so it's not sustainable. So when I heard that the proposals were to put in hotels at the Rocks Ranch, San Juan Road interchange with 101, as well on the other side of the highway where Livestock 101 is, I was very concerned because I know that during that period of time I've lived there. For example, the Ballantree Estates development, which is right by the Rocks Ranch proposed hotel and other commercial development, all those wells went dry. One of my friends lived there and could not sell his property for a while until the Aromas Water District extended their pipeline there at great cost. And also Oak Ridge is pretty close to that area. That whole development also lost its wells a little after Rocks Ranch. And more recently, some of my people I know on Cole Road are losing their wells. So we are surrounded by people who have lost their wells, and Aromas Water District will probably be the supplier of water to these hotels. And I'm concerned that if these hotels use as much water as they typically use, we will not have enough water for the rest of us when we run out of water and our wells go dry. So that's my one concern, is that I don't think you folks have considered that in terms of before rezoning. You really need to look at that. The other thing is I don't think you have contacted the Aromas Water District, because some of us went to talk to the Aromas Water District, and they said they had no inkling of this. So that is something that you should have contacted them about, because they will be greatly impacted. I also want to mention that at the Bedabel property, I had heard that they're going to have the sewage above ground because it's a floodplain. And Bedabel is right next to the Pajaro River and the San Benito River. That's where it comes together. I'm concerned in a flood that if you have this leach fields that are built above ground, there could be leaching of all that into the river. So there's a lot of considerations here. I don't think you've really analyzed the impact of developing in areas that are floodplains. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, I just want to say, I'd like you to reject the rezoning of these nodes.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for your time. I'm Jeannie Echenique. Jeannie Beep Beep. I didn't wear my T-shirt. I'm also a member of Preserve Our Rural Communities, PORC, as our acronym states. And as I slowly came from Highway 101 to get here. Every time I come off the freeway at 101 and come into San Benito County, to me it's a breathtaking experience. It is probably one of the most beautiful places on earth. And as we all spoke to this, it's terrifying that we would start chipping away with it on the border there at 101. The mountains, Santa Ana and the Three Sisters, it's just gorgeous. You're lucky. And you're the trustees of this. You're in charge of keeping it and taking care of it for all the people in this area. And the wildlife and the wetlands. But I happen to be one of those people who's terrified by global warming. There won't be any wildlife or wetlands to be concerned about at the rate we're going. I'm sure you picked up on the extinction report from the UN that came out last week. It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. And I would like to offer to you guys and ladies, but we're all guys, huh? The opportunity to help turn things around. It starts small. Somewhere, someplace, somebody small changes things. You guys can say no to this C3 commercial development, and you can, because every piece is connected, and it contributes to global warming at this point. And guess what the Highway 101 congestion is doing? Big time. We should all be on electric bicycles, but how are we going to power the bicycles? Well, hopefully with renewable energy. So I'd like to challenge you to take it up and have it start here. And Cochabamba, Bolivia in 2001 began the worldwide and small. It started small. They went on strike. They were even going to charge them for the rainwater. And it started the worldwide movement to take control of their water, of everybody taking control of the water, that we have a right to the water. And you can start it here as a small place to start the end of overdevelopment and of changing things. So that's it. Perfect
Thank you.
timing. Thank you.
Jessica Rolander?
Hello, good evening. My name is Jessica Wolander. My family and I operate a small educational farm on Cole Road in Aromas on the San Benito side. We are also members of the local Central Coast chapter of the National Young Farmers Coalition. We're considered young farmers, which is rare in the United States these days. According to census data released last month, the average age of a farmer is 57 and a half and going up. And young people are not joining the field fast enough to keep up with the number of farmers aging out of it. Farmers 35 years old or younger are outnumbered by farmers 65 years old or older at a rate of 6 to 1. So given the number of us in this room who eat food, we should be a bit concerned about this. So the next obvious question then is, why are there so few young farmers? According to the National Young Farmers Coalition's 2017 National Young Farmers Survey, inability to access farmland was a leading concern preventing young people from becoming farmers. This isn't surprising, considering the rate at which we are losing farmland. Since 2012, we've lost 14,310,081 acres of farmland. As the amount of land set aside for agriculture is rezoned for commercial development, farmland becomes more scarce, more expensive, and further out of reach for aspiring young farmers. San Benito is a wonderful opportunity to become part of the solution by protecting the agricultural land within our borders, or it can become part of the problem. On behalf of myself, my colleagues, and the local Central Coast chapter of the National Young Farmers Coalition, I respectfully request that the Planning Commission decline to recommend approval of the zone changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for your service and for hearing my comment. As you heard from my sister, my family and I recently moved to San Benito County to begin a small nonprofit educational farm. Before moving here to the county, we familiarized ourselves with the general plan, and we're thrilled to find of all the counties that we researched in depth in California that this was the one most in line with our values and our goals for our farm to be part of growing economic opportunities in the county revolving around agritourism, ecotourism, nature tourism, green businesses, an enhanced economic opportunity that would also preserve the agricultural and cultural heritage of the region. My concern is that this C3 rezoning and the proposed development would counter that. This would run counter to the stated values of the general plan to preserve our agricultural and cultural heritage. Now, nature tourism is one of the fastest growing sectors in travel. We all know how much California relies on that, the tourism industry. I would urge you all to use your position to refocus our development priorities, where to find a way to make revenue for the county that also preserves our cultural and agricultural heritage. So as a young farmer, as someone who very much values that agricultural and cultural heritage, I would urge you to not recommend this proposed rezoning. And I do believe that the people affected by these changes could be empowered to have a voice in better ideas for making revenue for this county and preserving what we all love about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Travis Hill.
Good evening. My name is Travis Hill. I am a farmer, a small-scale farmer that lives and works on Cole Road in Aromas. As a small-scale farmer in Aromas, I'm well aware of the dire situation that our area finds itself right now in regards to water. Like Mary was saying, water is a serious issue, and my farm, as well as the sites under consideration for rezoning being discussed tonight, are located in the Corralitos-Pajaro Valley groundwater basin. It's a basin which has been identified as recently as February of this year by the California Department of Water Resources as a critically overdrafted groundwater basin in the state of California. This identification under the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, passed in California in 2014, legally requires local governments and water agencies which manage critically overdrafted basins to halt overdraft and bring these basins into balanced levels of pumping and recharge within 20 years. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act also requires local public agencies to develop groundwater sustainability plans, outlining management practices that they intend to put in place in order to meet that 20-year goal. To date, the San Benito County Water District has yet to complete or submit a groundwater sustainability plan in accordance with SGMA. It concerns me that this proposed rezoning is being considered in the Corralitos-Pajaro Valley groundwater basin without study, reporting, or accountability regarding the amount of water that these proposed development projects will be drafting from our basin. It concerns me that these projects might be completed before our local public agencies have a chance to complete and submit the legally required groundwater sustainability plan to the California Department of Water Resources. Most of all, it concerns me that little or no consideration is being given to how dramatically increasing the amount that this county drafts from this basin will affect the lives and livelihoods of those that live and work here. With that in mind, I respectfully request that the Planning Commission decline to recommend approval for the zoning changes to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alexis?
sheet that has copies of letters. This is
Should be red.
Scott Fuller?
Here's a card for somebody else.
Thank you, Scott.
Chairman Rodriguez and Commissioners, thank you. Scott Fuller. I'm here tonight as an executive committee member of the San Benito County Business Council, as is Graham Mackey. We are both on the Business Council Executive Committee, and I'm here representing the Business Council. The Business Council is in support of the staff recommendation here, and I think Dan DeVries gave a good history, but I would say the county and the Board of Supervisors' desire to have additional commercial development in this county goes back well before the current general plan update in 2015. For over a decade, the Board of Supervisors, planning commissioners, in many cases different people than we have seated today, have been looking for ways to increase revenue from our areas that are ripe for commercial development. I think they even sent the Planning Commission a request to seek out areas and make recommendations to the board probably 10 years ago. Also, I want to clarify that this is not redoing the general plan. This is enacting the general plan. This is making your zoning consistent with the general plan, which went through 2 to 3 years in its preparation, including many public hearings where a lot of input was given. I think I'm just going to focus on the benefits that the county sees from this and why the Board of Supervisors, the administration of the county, and many people in the business community see this as critical, and that is the need for additional revenue in this county. And that need then leads to better services for the community's residents. It leads to more competitive packages that can be offered to county staff so we can attract additional good staff. There's many positives from that revenue, and I think it will bring additional revenue. I also think these are not destinations that are adding to traffic. This is to attract traffic that is already there. So the Business Council urges you to approve the staff recommendation. I also want to say, as I looked at what Daryl presented, I thought there were actually from my perspective, a lot of protections that address some of the concerns being expressed by many members of the community. And I would respectfully say that my impression is that they want no development on these nodes. Not a revised development, not a change in the plan, no development. That is what I'm picking up. But in the in the staff presentation, it clearly showed that each of these will undergo its own individual review and its own CEQA review. And I think a lot of the concerns can be addressed during those reviews. So thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
And Greg Weiler.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Commissioners, Greg Weiler. Our families own the ranch over off Cyril Road. I'm going to say a few words when that agenda item comes up later, but I'm hearing the concerns, which I think are legitimate from the public, and some misconception and some fear I hear. I want to address a couple things. On the water, I really liked hearing from the young farmers. The water issue is going to be addressed when projects are brought forward to you. And they're going to have to come in and say, I've got water, I've got sewer, I've got all this stuff, or you're not going to approve it. So the statements that it's a matter of right, it's really not quite accurate. But I really want to emphasize, because I've been involved for 10 years working with everybody on this proposal, and I've got to compliment Supervisor Botello and past Planning Commissioner DeVries and the staff. They've worked so hard to get their cake and eat it too. I do planning up and down from the Oregon border to the Mexican border. You are going to have the finest commercial freeway commercial zoning in the state. No other county or city has this mechanism where your nodes are limited and you require a master development plan that gives this commission and the board not carte blanche, but huge input into what goes there. Not only that, but the architectural themes, I don't like to call them Disneyland, but I love the fact that one's going to be ranch and one's going to be farm, and what's the other one, vineyard. But you don't have to do that, but I think it's kind of a great idea as these people move up and down that they get that. So frankly, I compliment the staff, great staff report and analysis. I disagree with the statement that you need further CEQA review, because that ship sailed 4 years ago when the board approved the nodes, and that's the general plan and it governs. But I want the audience to know that you get great impact, and it's not going to be wall to wall, it's limited, and you can be here every step of the way on every use, every wall, every bit of stone or wood put on a building, you're going to have input on. So don't be as afraid. That I sense the fear, but again, that decision to put the commercial in those limited spots preserves the rest, as Commissioner DeVries said. The rest is going to stay the same. Some is going to change, but you're going to have an input into what's done. So I urge the staff recommendation. I might or might not say anything when Searle Road comes up. Thank you. Any questions?
No. Thank you.
And then I have Ben Bingham. Did you want to speak on this one? There wasn't a number on there.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, good evening now, Commissioners. I'm Ben Bingaman. Family's owned the Rocks Ranch coming up to the 75th year. And I understand the concerns that people have. I remember as a young boy in the 70s riding my horse, and it'd be about every 2 or 3 minutes a car would come by. And I rode my horse where your houses are now. And you came, and I welcomed you. But the fact, a lot of issues have been brought up about the Rocks project, but I want to talk on a holistically thing. But this is where passion, and your passion is rightfully said, meets with reality. I'll use our example of our node. Our proposed node is 5% of the total land holding. It's 5 square miles. The Indian rocks that were mentioned before are 2 miles outside the node area. By the time we implement the C3 zoning, that 5% will be less than 2%. We'll never have a structure. That means 98% of the land mass of the Rocks Ranch will never be touched. There is passion, and I agree with you. For 75 years, we have fought furiously for our environment in that ranch and protected everything on it. But at the same time, the county needs jobs. The county needs revenue. And during this process, when we come to you with a master plan, we will have to prove CEQA, we'll have to prove viability, and you'll have tough questions, and everybody here will be involved. I remember back in October, there was a gentleman that said, I walked through the Rocks Ranch, I trespassed there. I thought to myself, why? I have communities from MPC College, they call me, they come take pictures. They do watercolor groups. All you have to do is call. It's not blocked from you. What we should be engaging in is an open discussion, but also mitigate real realities of the fact that young adults in this county have high teen unemployment. The county needs revenue. The county needs to pay for services. At the same time, we can do a lot of things to mitigate and preserve our rural neighborhoods. So I just wanted to speak on that. I endorse the C3 zoning ordinance, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's it? Okay, do we close public hearing? Bring it back to the commission. Commissioners? Any questions? Okay, so they'll get a motion. Yeah, we're not going to discuss it. I mean, it's get a motion for approval.
I make a motion to approve zoning code amendment PLN 180024-ZA.
Second.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 That's the way to go sometimes. You want to take a 5-minute break? Sure. Let's take a 5-minute break. 5 minutes, back at 8:05.
The public one? I might not make it back.
This is going to be the resolution.
I know.
Usually it's a refrigerator.
Okay, you want to call the meeting back to order?
I did something to
Now we're
this.
going to go through
Oops.
7 through 11.
Yeah.
And then believe you, the speaker cards on that. Anybody can speak up.
Hey, Tavin.
Any of those items.
How do I get the signal back? I think the gentleman ran back. Yeah, sorry. Technical difficulties.
Later. 6.
IT guy messed up again.
So, through the chair, maybe I can share that a little bit?
Go ahead.
Would you like me?
I think I pulled on one of the cords, maybe.
Okay, thank you. While we're getting the computer hooked up again, I'd like to describe what the chairman has offered here. So, item number 6 has been discussed already, and many of you had your speaker cards where you're concerned with 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and even the other items regarding hemp and cannabis. But what we're proposing to do here is to open item 7, 8, 9, and 10, 11 here, all at the same time. So we're going to have a presentation from staff on what each one of those are. Okay? And then we'll invite people to speak and address. You could speak about several of them or your any one address in particular that you care for. And the way the planning commissioner's packet has been created is that each one of these has a draft resolution that might be added to, modified, denied, recommended, whatever. So it's going to be presented as a whole, but it can be taken in its parts. So I hope that's not too confusing. But in other words, if you were only wanting to speak on item 10, for instance, you don't have to wait around after we've stopped presentation because it's going to be on the table to speak when we go here. Okay, so that's often done. So, okay, I see we're on the screen, and Daryl, it's quite a few. It might be a record for planning. Present 6 staff reports all at once.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll try to whiz through these.
All right, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Tavin. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. So now we go to the next part of the discussion, if you will, or your actions in terms of actually applying now the C3 district to various pieces of property as proposed and recommended by staff. So this is just an overall map for those who want to make sure where the nodes are at. And so what we'll do, as Tavin said, there's a short presentation for each of the agenda items, and then we'll open it up. You can ask questions on all of them and open it up. I would want to add a couple of things, though, Mr. Chair, in response to the previous comments that were made on the code itself. There was one statement that I need to correct for the record. We did meet with the Aromas Water District, and we met with them in conjunction with the County Water District. So we did, in fact, have a meeting with the water districts and had discussions with them and got their input and have a good idea of what would transpire when the C3 district is then implemented through the master development plans and permits. Because one of the things that will be required, I think as someone else maybe said, one of the other speakers said, was that one of the conditions, one of the requirements for going through the master development plan process will be, in fact, to ensure that there is adequate water supply and so forth. And so that's an issue that will be addressed as a part of the actual permit review for real development. And the other thing I wanted to underscore again, too, is just the idea that because there are no vested rights, just because the C3 district's been approved, we're about to consider applying the district to the land. The application of the district to the land, including land in the C3 district, again, that doesn't allow a right for development. They still have to come in and go through development processes depending upon what the use is that's being being proposed, just like you would for any other kind of development. I mean, for instance, Livestock 101 right now is general plan for rural and zoned for rural, which means it could be subdivided into 5-acre lots. But they have to come through a tentative subdivision map process to be able to subdivide it. That's not really any different than what we would have here. It wouldn't be a subdivision map, but still there would be use permits and so forth that would be required. So again, this is still implementing the general plan, right? We're still in the implementation phase. Yep.
So through the chair, by your action and maybe even your words, I'd like us to really formalize for the record that the consideration of each of these is being opened all at the same time. Can you read a little bit of the titles that this is being presented and open and part of the discussion for?
Go ahead.
Like say number 7?
Go ahead. Do the honors.
Okay, so we're going to have the staff presentations here combined, or at least a linear fashion, because it will help. So PLN 180024-ZC1, the Bedabel zone change proposal, and that is the one located on the west side of US 101 at Bedabel Road interchange with several addresses as indicated in your agenda.
As shown on the map.
On the map. And number 8 here, planning staff report number 8 with its attached ordinance is at the State Route 129 and Searle Road location, which is the west side of US 101 at Highway 129 Searle. Report and presentation on item number 9 is the Rocks Ranch. Of course, this is the location on the southerly side of US 101 at San Juan Road interchange. That'll be open for discussion. Number 10 that we have here, and 10 and 11 are kind of partners together. One is consideration of the general plan amendment, Livestock 101, and that would be that one wasn't separate, was it, Mr. Boyd, from the other 3? Or we're going to that's all part of the discussion at this time?
They could all be part of the discussion at this time.
Okay, thank you.
But it'd be separate action on the general plan.
That's right.
You need the general plan action before.
All right. So the general plan adjustment, as discussed, a request to change or correct by resolution the 2035 general plan land use figure 3.2, 3, 4, and 5 to change the designation from rural to commercial regional on approximately 159.3 acres. And then to remove an incorrect commercial regional designation shown on Highway 156-101 easterly side of Cole Road. Should the general plan amendment be recommended for approval, then the discussion of the zone change on the same property would ensue. That's item number 11, same side of the properties. So I just wanted to make sure it's formalized, and after your presentation and question and answers, people can come up and speak to any one of those items. And then after the full discussion, deliberation, any questions, the Planning Commission will be taking independent actions on each of one of those. They'll go through 8, 9, or 10, and they'll be taking into consideration your comments and their deliberation on each of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first item is agenda item number 7, Bedabel Road, and this is just the zone change. And again, a lot of this information is information that you've seen before. It may be slightly different based on input that we got with Planning Commission discussions and public input. But the Bedabel Road node site is about 55.5 acres. The northerly part of the site's developed with an RV park. Adjacent to the RV park, there had been some former industrial buildings that have been since removed demolished, and so that's why we say formally. The site is relatively flat, and it's adjacent to the Pajaro River. The proposed theme for this site, and again, I just want to underscore that the illustrations that were included in the C3 district, those are illustrative only. Those are not prescriptive in any way. But the theme for Beta Bell would be like mid-century roadside. Some special regulations to note is that the buildings on this site would be designed to minimize visibility of the parking lots and the buildings from the freeway and off-site. And then also the idea is to concentrate the buildings, the development at the north end, the northerly end of the site. So this is the map. The area that's outlined in red is what would be proposed is what staff's recommending for inclusion in the C3 district. You'll note to a great extent that it excludes riparian corridor, the floodplain, habitat, and so forth. And so that's really the site, and it tries to avoid a lot of the additional ag land to the south. This is just the general plan land use diagram showing the existing general plan land use designation around the site with the node there in the dot. This is just the existing zoning. Existing zoning for the site is agricultural productive with the floodplain overlay because it's adjacent to the river.
Mr. Boyd, what were those colors? The green on the right, on your next one?
So
the colors on the map mean what?
So it's interesting, the zoning maps for this area on the west side of 101, the zoning's actually ag productive, but because it's got the floodplain overlay, they show up in white in this vicinity over there. But otherwise, across the road on the east side, it's ag productive. So it's just the way the GIS system maps it. In the future, for instance, should Beta Bell be rezoned, the area that we're recommending, one of the things that we'll need to do is decide what's the right color for the regional commercial district, and then paint the map. Those parcels will be painted that color. Some shade of red typically is commercial. So those are just photos for Beta Bell, and so again, recommending to consider the general plan, FEIR, and staff's recommending that you recommend approval of the board to rezone Beta Bell to C3. Agenda item 8's the 129 change. The site area here is about just under 40 acres. It includes 3 sides of Cerro Road and 129. It avoids most of the slopes on the west side of 129. The theme is early farmstead, and again, special regulations it's intended to avoid upland habitat and the hillside areas. So the red area here is the proposed district, and so I just want to highlight that. Oops. There's one piece. It's not working for me. There's the little teardrop shape that is that's. Here we go. This area in here is already zoned C1, just FYI. So that's why the description includes that. Is that for some period of time that's been zoned C1. Otherwise, it's either rural or ag productive. And again, same idea. The zoning is trying to avoid, the district would be, boundaries would avoid riparian habitat and floodplain areas. General plan with the node, the pinkish shades rural, the dark green is ag. The blue across from on the east side of 101, that darker blue is actually heavy industrial. It's important to note that in earlier planning commission discussions, there was some recommendation consideration for including that area as a part of the node, but based on conversations with the property owner who's not interested, as well as not wanting to convert heavy industrial land, which is a rare commodity in the county, staff's not recommending that be included in the zone or in the C3 district. Here's the existing zoning. And again, the white shaded area is really ag productive with that floodplain overlay. Existing photos of 129. Again, recommending approval of the boundaries as recommended by staff. Rocks Ranch. Rocks Ranch warrants a little bit of discussion because the size of the area that staff is recommending for rezoning to C3 has actually been reduced to 72 acres because of concerns about the site visibility and so forth. The trees would provide screening from the highway and, of course, the lower portion of the site's adjacent to San Juan Road. The theme here would be Old California Village. And the special regulations include signs could be tall enough so that they would be visible from the freeway, and there would be no visibility allowed for the upper site. I think the other thing I would add about Rocks Ranch is that there is a hillside component to the county's zoning ordinance that regulates hillside development and is pretty restrictive, I would say, in terms of hillside development and visibility and avoiding development on the tops of the hills, on the ridge lines and so forth. And so some of those regulations would kick in on Rocks Ranch. So here's the 72 acres. It's the lower areas adjacent to 101, and then there's a lower elevation pocket that sits on the back side. So the total of that red outlined area is 72 acres. Again, the general plan. The pink across 101 is the rural designation. The greens are ag, and the existing zoning is rangeland and ag productive. Existing photos, again, staff's recommending approval of the 72 acres to be zone C3. Then we go to Livestock 101, and as Tavin mentioned, this one is somewhat different in that there's a recommendation to amend the general plan as well as the zone change. And so the general plan designation needs to be considered first. So the size of this area is just under 160 acres, just over 159. It's partially developed already with livestock facilities. There's also 3 houses on the site, and there is a commercial, there's about 16 acres of the site that's already zoned commercial. But it doesn't have an existing node designation. The theme here would be sort of a working ranch, a dude ranch. Special regulations would include compatibility with the adjacent uses, and there would be, depending upon the analysis done at a project level, the presumption is there would be some limited use of Cole Road for access to the site, but that would be based on negotiations with Caltrans and so forth with the existing access points off from the freeway. So again, Livestock 101 is not shown on the land use diagrams. It's already zoned rural and C2. It's been in commercial use since the 50s. And the general plan amendment would, of course, allow a different range of uses. The rural, as I said earlier, the rural designation on livestock would allow subdivision into 5-acre lots, whereas the C3 district would actually significantly reduce, at least in staff's opinion, the amount of development that would happen there relative to a residential subdivision. So the boundary again is in red, and so all of that area comprises the 159 acres plus and would all be zoned C3, but bear in mind that with the limitations that are built in to the C3 district, there's a cap on how much commercial development could be there. There's a cap on how many hotel rooms would be there. So certainly there's no expectation that the entire site is going to be developed for C3 uses. You're not going to see the Gilroy outlet malls be built on this 159 acres. In fact, if it was going to be a dude ranch or something like that, a working ranch kind of theme, you'd want to have the open land left available. So again, the rural designation, just to highlight it for you. So this is the Livestock 101 holdings would be this area here, all of those parcels. And then likewise on the zoning map, and again, this area here is about 16 acres, which is the existing C2 zoning for the sales barn and related facilities. Existing photos. And again, staff's recommending that, the commission recommended the board that the general plan designation be changed to, from the existing rural designation to commercial regional node, which would become the 4th node, and then also to rezone the property to C3 for the entire 159 acres. So that concludes staff presentation, Mr. Chair. Questions?
Any questions, commissioners? No? Okay, we open up for public hearing.
So let me just go.
Rosie,
So did you want me to call them as they were right there?
Thank you. So we understand your speaker cards are already turned in, and you wish to speak. Are there people wishing to speak that have not turned in speaker cards yet? I thought you spoke.
I did speak.
Okay. So we can hand that to Rosie. I don't know, should we go in the same order as we had before? Or why don't you name the speaker, and maybe the people, maybe you don't wish to speak again. I don't know. How do we do that? All right, if you want a speaker card, please turn it in now. Miss Rosie will read the name on the card. If you still wish to speak, you may. If you've spoken previously and you're fine, you would just let us know.
And this is for item.
Oh, you don't have a microphone, do you?
So, Cara Bach. Thank you, members of the Planning Commission. Cara Vonk, San Juan Bautista. On item 7, the Beta Bell Road zone change, I stand by my last comments, and I oppose the zone change. I just wanted to comment that the RV park that's there now, I believe, is low-income housing. And I do have a question for each of these. Apparently, themes have been selected. How were those selected, and is that what you're approving when you approve these zone changes? Because there's been no public comment, as far as I know, on the design of these commercial developments that are going in. So that's a question, I guess, for staff.
I can answer that. Those things goes back about 4 years that we had discussions, and we just came up with them and gave to the planning department.
And so with the action that you're taking this evening, are you also approving these themes?
Yes.
Okay, I object to these themes.
Not more detailed than those words, like farmland or early California, because the
I
master
object
development.
to the mid-century theme being authorized for the Beta Bell Road zone change. I object to the number 8 Searle Road zone change, stand by my last comments. I object to the early farmstead theme. I object to item 9, the Rocks Ranch zone change, stand by my last comments, and object to the Old California Village theme. Object to the general plan amendment for the Livestock 101 project, stand by my last comments. Object to the Livestock 101 zone change and the theme Working Ranch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Gina Paulini. Just want to say that the letter from our attorney, Mark Wolf, stands for all the items that you have before you. Again, just as an observation, I've been a land use planner for 30 years. I have never seen a commission in my career not engage with the public and the public comments that you've received tonight. I've never seen a commission not engage with each other and have a public discussion and even acknowledge the public comments that you have tonight. And I really think that's disheartening to just kind of rubber stamp the items that you have before you when it's very serious and the impact that this will have on the community and the county as a whole. So I just really think that that's really important to consider when you look at all 4 of these nodes in the rezoning. I know you've already taken action and have a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. I hope they consider our comments more thoroughly.
Thank you.
Robert Rowe?
Hi, good to be back. No scriptures for you. Water hookups, if my well goes dry, is in excess of $60,000. Not saying that these hotels are going to drain our water, but I've heard it over and over that we are in a very low watershed. I do fear that. I definitely fear that. I also fear more traffic and accidents every day. I'm retired. Every day I hear ambulances going down Highway 101. I know there's a crash. If you want to put something out there, put a hospital. Because damn it, we need something like that, because more traffic is going to be more injuries. I walk my horse down my street. When people come to 101 Livestock and they start using, when you rezone this, they start using that back access road, because getting on and off at 101 is crazy. It's ridiculously crazy. There's going to be an accident. There's a woman who rides down Cole Road in a carriage almost every day, and she's going to be impacted by this. Yeah, I'm pretty passionate. I'm fearful. And I understand the planning process, and I understand that you want to do it well, but there's nothing saying that somebody's going to sell their property to somebody else who's going to put a bigger hotel. The Rocks Road, I would love to get access to Rocks Road to ride my horse up there. That would be awesome. I used to ride my horse up through 101 Livestock property. Just open the gate. We have a key to the gate, go into Granite Rock, 1,400 acres. I can't do that anymore. He shut the gate. I don't want to do it anymore. He built the road. I don't know if it's a road that was legal or not. I don't care. He told me he was building the road so his son can put a couple houses on it. To my face. He didn't tell me he was getting ready for C3. That's disheartening. I want to try to love my neighbor. How do you love a neighbor like that? I vote no on all this stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy? That's Ron.
Yes, Andy Shaw Coron. I want to echo what Gina Paolini said about the deliberative nature of this body. I serve in the Aroma San Juan Unified School Board, and frankly, we had vibrant, informed discussion and questions before we made decisions. And that leads me to say that the same objections I raised before is to each and every one of these 4 nodes. They were ill-conceived, the public was not engaged in the process, and you're not doing much to ensure that there's anything better happening. So basically, the public is left with other options and other remedies. Fortunately, in California, we have courtrooms that deal with the fact that the CEQA review was wholly inadequate, from 10,000 feet in the air, not looking at these projects at all. So you didn't evaluate the stuff, and to say you did is just a joke. The other thing is that decisions by deliberative bodies, and we should know this better than any county here in San Benito, is not a permanent thing at all. Since 1910 in California, the people of California have had an absolute right to use other avenues to undo decisions by deliberative bodies. It was done because business interests had far too much influence at the turn of the century. We created the referendum, the initiative, and the recall as ways to deal with bad decision-making. And this is bad decision-making, and for all here in the audience, this decision is not going to stand. and the people will engage in a much more deliberative process so that we do end up with what we want here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Matthew Beecham?
I'd simply like to say that my comments to date stand, and that I want to thank you for giving me an avenue into activism, that you'll be seeing more of me, and you'll be hearing more from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Shaw Coran?
I just want to say that my comments for item number 6 apply also through 7, I think it's items 7 through 11. And I also want to echo some of the previous comments that I've been to quite a few planning commission meetings and supervisor meetings in both this county as well as Monterey, because I live on the border of the two counties in San Benito. And I have never seen decisions this serious. I mean, the number of acres that we're talking about, this is like, I think, over 400 acres. And I mean, if we were, say, in any other county in our neighboring area, this would have gone on for a very long time. And in fact, it would probably not have been resolved even in one meeting. So I really echo the comments that, I'm really disappointed that as appointed officials that you are not really weighing the comments of the people of the community. And my feeling is that you had already decided before we even came to speak. So a lot of us took a good deal of time to come here. Some of them had to leave early because they have to get up, like Todd, very early to leave home, like 5 o'clock in the morning. So that's why he's not here. But I feel like you've done a disservice to the community by not really weighing the comments. I think that you came knowing that you were going to vote for this, and you are not going to hear any of the comments and really think about what we were trying to say. So that's what really disappoints me about this board, and I hope that the supervisors will not do what you have already done.
Thank you.
Is Jeannie here? Jeannie? Yeah. This is like deja vu. I was there last time.
Echenique. We've all been here before. My comments from before stand and apply to 7 through 10 or 11, whatever it is, what we're commenting on now. And I want to amend my comments on offering you the challenge of joining in to the solutions of the world as opposed to creating more problems. And I'm not opposed to all development. I thought that bicycle park sounded great. There's ways of doing development and places to do it where the impact would be different. And there's all kinds of sustainable energy possibilities with the wind we have out here. And I also wanted to comment a bit about, I heard Daryl say that we have 125 rooms in the hotels planned for each site. Well, we sat through a nice presentation from the Hollister contractor who's been hired by the Bedabel people, and he gave us a great picture tour of the development of that site. I can never figure it out if it's crocodiles or alligators. Is it? It's alligators from Florida. And also it's going to be a mid-century Florida roadside stop right there in the middle of California. And they also are going to have a boutique hotel that's going to have 160 rooms. And I would love to know if that's been discussed with them, because it's all been drawn up and planned and everything. And there's going to be a drive-in theater. That's not for the public, I guess. I think the people in the hotel rooms get to watch it. So it's very interesting, a very interesting proposal. The nicest part of it is the walkway around the property on the perimeter and the walkway along the rivers, along the confluence of the two rivers. And if it was just that, it would be one of the most fantastic something or others on the side of the road. It's like a park. But with a boutique hotel that exceeds the 125 capacity, it's not. Thanks. And we'll meet again. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica Wallander?
Hello again. My comments for item 6 stand for items 7 through 11.
Thank you.
And Rachel Wallander?
Also, my comments for 6 stand for items 7 through 11. I want to echo the woman who objected to the themes. I also object to these themes when we have extremely authentic opportunities to offer. I really resent these Disneyland themes. I don't think it's what people want. I hope you will be forward thinking in the kind of attractions that you bring to this county. I think this is regressive. I think it's running counter to the expressed values of the community and the general plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Travis Hill?
Similarly, my comments for item 6 stand for items 7 through 11. Loved what Rachel said. I think she just absolutely nailed that. I think there are lots of opportunities for tourism, ecotourism, agritourism that are forward-thinking. And the themes that I see here at Beta Bell, just to elaborate a little bit on what Jeannie was saying, you didn't mention the Elvis cloning museum, or seriously, this is in the plan, and the 1920 Chicago themed bathroom that's going to be fully staffed. I don't know what that is, but there are lots of things that could be done with these sites, and I see what's planned and the themes that are being proposed as being regressive and not forward thinking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alexis, did you want to share? Scott Fuller?
Scott Fuller from the Business Council. The Business Council supports the staff recommendation on items 7 through 11. Thank you.
Thank you.
Graham Mackey?
Graham Mackey, 40-year resident of San Benito County. I represent the Business Council, and I share the same views as Scott Fuller. I would like to compliment the county in doing a good job in bringing all of these reviews to the present position, and I would like to endorse and recommend you vote for 7 through 11 yes, namely the Bed of All Road project, the Rocks Ranch, the 129 and Cyril Road, and the 2 items on 101 livestock being the zoning change and the general plan change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emily Rentas?
I'm Emily Renzel, 101 3rd Street in San Juan Bautista, and I was trying to resist speaking, but I'm really grieved by the potential loss of the beauty along our particular county stretch of 101. It's a loss of ag land is a continuing problem throughout the state, and it's starting to be a more serious problem here in San Benito. I'm going to speak to Bell first, and that just because there are several issues that really raise flags for me. Floodplains. I saw a map that showed it wasn't green, it was white because it was all floodplain on the west side of 101. That should ring a bell for you, because if you develop in a floodplain, you have to build up above grade, up above the 100-year flood. That's not going to be easy to conceal from 101. And it also means that floodwaters will be directed further downstream or backed up upstream, one or the other. And currently, Bell provides low and moderate income housing, which this county is probably using to justify its compliance with the housing mandate element of the general plan and the state. And if that's going to be lost, that's a serious loss to the county. And the intersections of all four of these, Bell, 129, Livestock, and Rocks, are all very complicated intersections. And in order to get people from the highway to come to these things, they're going to have to be notified. I mean, they may be using their GPS and all these other things, but if the idea is to get impulse stops, if they miss it, if you miss the Bell one going northbound, you have to go to Highway 25, which is already a nasty intersection, and do a U-turn and come back. Is that what you want people doing in this county? 129 is also complex. And back to Bell, sorry. I measured it. It's 0.7 miles from the exit to the overpass. So you have to decide almost a mile in advance that you're going to get off. So if you see a flag or a neon sign or whatever it is, what is it going to take to me, and where does it have to be for you to get off that intersection at the right place? It's really appalling and requires environmental impact. There's similar traffic issues at every one of these intersections because of the nature of the exits. So I urge you to vote no on 7 through 11.
Thank you.
Greg Weiler?
No further comment.
Jim Warren?
Well, thank you. I am Jim Warren, and I'm from 101 Livestock, and I want you to know how much we appreciate your service. And a lot of people went home and went to sleep, and you guys are still here, and we really appreciate that. What I'd like to do is kind of maybe set the record straight on a couple of issues. There was always 4 nodes, commercial nodes, in the general plan. One of them that was supposed to be at 101 Livestock was put on 156 instead of 101 Livestock where it was actually supposed to be. 101 Livestock has been commercials, like they said, for over 50 years. We could have done a lot of different developments at our place over the last 50 years if that's what we wanted to do, but our plan there has been general and methodical and try to keep the agriculture theme alive. Since we've been in business, 7 livestock markets on the Central Coast are gone. There's only one left. It's 101 Livestock Market. We sell 40,000 cattle for people from Ventura to Willits on the north. And so, you know, we're not trying to figure out a way to sell our property like one gentleman said to get rich. You know, we've just been trying to figure out how we could hang on to it. And that's been kind of a struggle at times also. The other thing is, the gentleman said that we used to let people ride through our gate with his horses and stuff. 25 years ago, I reserved an easement from our property across to Granite Rock's property so people could ride there. We've never locked the gate. The only lock that was ever on the gate was the people that were part of the horse riding facility. You can ride up to our place, open the gate, and ride through anytime you want to. We're excited about that part of the agriculture business, and we're really excited to be here tonight to try to represent the truth as it is. We're a small commercial business right now, but we hire 18 full-time people. We spend $1.6 million in San Benito County. And any development that we do there is going to be bigger and better and more beneficial to the county than we're going to get from revenue from it. I promise you that. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Last one is Jim Warren.
That was Jim.
Oh, that was Jim, okay, what's it? What was your name, go ahead.
Tom Karras. What's about the third one?
Come on up, John.
All right. I'm Tom Karras from Aromas, and my previous comments stand for items 7 through 11. I respectfully request that the Planning Commission decline to represent approval of the zoning changes on 7 through 11. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comment? Any? So we close public hearing. Bring it back to the commissioners. Discussion?
Mr. Chair, if I can just interject real quick. I just wanted to point out that there's we revised the resolution with your recommendations from you to the board on all of the items, and so I just wanted to make sure that you see that there's a revised resolution. We added a section about the general plan amendment for Livestock 101. That's the main difference, and it's underlined in the revised resolution. So, and then based on your deliberations, the resolution can be adjusted accordingly. Thank you.
Mr. Boyd, was that resolution that the Planning Commission has opportunity to review, was that placed at the public table?
It was. There were extra copies made. I'm not sure where they went.
Okay, so it's not just at the dais, it's publicly available right now?
There's extra
Okay.
copies, so.
And there's extra copies here? Okay.
Any comments?
Yes.
Go ahead.
First of all, I believe that the difficulty of accepting the quiet vote of our previous consideration was due to the fact that this is moving the general plan forward as it was expected. That more than 5 years ago, these subjects came up here in this very chamber. There were not a lot of people tending to come and comment about the general plan or about the issues that are there. Land issues are always very difficult to handle, but I believe that that was the expectation of the group gathered here, is that there should be a brisk dialogue about it. But considering now that we've got another vote here, we can speak a little bit more that all of these different nodes were highly considered. The names, the themes were all considered previously, at least 5 years ago. And it was not just in one session. The gentleman who is interested in continuing to be active is applauded. In this county, we do not have a lot of active people who come to meetings even when it's not their issue, because unless you come to issues or to meetings to listen to how your government is working, to listen to what's going on in the county, you come in clueless when something is involving you. And I understand that very well. And I started coming to meetings way back with the first Parks and Rec Commission. And it just becomes a habit of involvement in your community to come to meetings occasionally and see how your government works, how things function. And when it comes to finally this vote, I think that it has been made clear that each node will be evaluated separately, let's put it that way. And the scrutiny will come from the public. And that's when you need to remain active, work on your concerns, address the commission and your board of supervisors with facts that you gather. You say, look, this is the way we have studied this. We are concerned with that. We find that we're justified in this complaint. And there were a couple of young ladies who spoke, and earlier on in the break, I said to them that I congratulated them for standing up and speaking, and not to feel that any time that your vote is turned down, that those words will not linger on the ears of those who have heard it. And so that, I think, is really the basis for public comment, for public interaction with your elected officials. We are not elected, we're appointed, but we are on the payroll, pays gas. And so that's my general comment to express myself. Thank you.
Commissioner Gibson?
I would like to say something. I also would like to take this opportunity to apologize if by my silence it was implied or inferred that the comments here made here today were of no weight, because that is not true. Again, echoing what Commissioner Eglin said, being a younger person myself, it's easy to go down that route of being, okay, we presented and there was a certain vote taken and it wasn't my way, therefore I was not validated. And I just want to go on the record saying that that is not true. There was a comment made earlier as well that potentially that the commissioners came forward to this meeting saying that we were going to have, that we had already a particular vote in mind. I cannot speak for my fellow commissioners, but I want to clarify that on my behalf that was not true, and that if you saw my binder now is full of notes. I did read and go through the petitions that were presented, and going the way I see it, my perspective in terms of these zoning requirements or these zoning changes is going from a macro to a micro level. The macro level being it was just a zoning change, not an actual groundbreak of a development or of any proposed project. The water and the traffic and the hotels were the biggest things that I saw in a lot of the petitions, and I want those to be of utmost concern and importance as the projects come, because it's definitely going to be something that not only impacts you, but the whole county and the residents of San Benito County. So I just wanted to extend that and thank everybody who did public comment. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you. Just want to echo what Commissioner Eglin and Commissioner Eduardo had mentioned as well. So again, I came in, took copious notes, similar to Eduardo, on the comments, and I appreciate the comments because it does take a lot of courage and dedication to the community to stand up and express your opinion. So I appreciate that. I appreciate the insight that you each have given to me as we look at this. Echoing what Commissioner Eglin had mentioned, I looked at the first vote as merely moving forward on the general plan that was already approved in 2015. And it was just moving forward in terms of that zoning, approval, the new zoning that was the C3 designation that was agreed at that point in time. Now, as we look at these various node locations, I think there's obviously things that we can look at and consider in terms of how to improve, how to make sure that it is adhering to the general plan and what we hope for our community. And I wasn't here in 2015, so wasn't here in terms of the agreements on the themes. But what I take comfort in, and this is similar to what Commissioner Eglin had said, is this is not a carte blanche approval of these proposals. The proposals still need to come through based on the zoning requirements that we just approved, a master plan approval process. And that's where the community can provide input and direction. And it is up to this Planning Commission as well as the Board of Supervisors to take that input and make sure that these proposals adhere to what we want them to be to benefit all of us in San Benito County. So thank you again for your input. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Just one other thing that I wanted to echo, and I'm glad you brought it up, is that particularly in the last meetings that we had when we talked about how we went about approving these notes and the thematics behind it and all that, it was explicitly stated that we wanted to do some sort of master development plan where the authority would be given to the Planning Commission so that we can designate and mitigate all of those actions with the intent that we want to make sure that the public voice and the community are heard. One of the other resolutions to that was to just have it run through the planning staff, but we wanted to be directly involved because we want to make sure that you guys are directly involved as well. So when we talk about the master development plan, the MDP, that's exactly where your weight is the most important and where it weighs the most. So just wanted to clarify that as well. Thank you.
Well, I kind of go along with this for commissioners. Also, I understand that a lot of people have rights. I mean, these property owners that own those properties have rights too, to do what they want to do with their land. You know, it's not, I mean, you can do whatever you want with your land. So property rights shouldn't be taken away from anybody. You know, if you don't like what I'm saying, you can walk out. Okay? I'm going to be frank with you. Everybody has rights. They have rights. I mean, you can't take people's rights away because you don't like something. I've been in planning commission meetings where I hate the decision, but it is what it is. When I leave here today, whichever way it goes, it's fine with me. Maybe it didn't go the way I wanted, maybe it went, but I leave this room, it's done. So you can't drag on something that you lost. Like I said, we're only approving there's no construction, just for them to get started. There's going to be meetings for any of those projects coming up, and you guys are welcome to come here and give opinions. And like that lady here said, the lawyer, if you guys don't like it, go ahead, appeal it. That's your right. You want to, you know, some gentleman said we got courts. Let the courts handle it. We're not going to handle it. We're not judges. We're just here to make decisions for those property owners. And if you come here for something, you want to do something with your property, we'll make decisions for you also. But we can't take property owners' rights away. You know. With that mentioned, what would the board guess? That's it. You got a comment?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think, let me try to help guide you through this. So what we would propose that the commission do now is consider each of the zonings separately. So you should have a motion, discussion, a vote on item 7, and then on each of the items accordingly, so that there's a separate vote on each one. Is what staff's recommending. I mean, because that way, because there are differences between the properties, if there's questions or whatever for each one, that we can take them individually. And then I would also just note that that each of the items, for instance, item number 7, the zone change for Bedabel Road, attached to the staff reports, the draft ordinance that would go to the Board of Supervisors, right? And likewise with the other items. So with, Highway 129, at the end of that, there's a draft ordinance that we would be sending to the board, so that you can see those draft documents, and then the commission's recommendations ultimately will be packaged in the resolution that you would.
So simply stated is we opened several. We're going to close them one by one, starting at 7. So
yeah.
Entertain discussion and or motion on each, please.
Okay, let's open discussion 7. Anybody have a?
I did have a question. When they were when we talked about the the thematics behind them, how loose or restrictive are those themes to the nodes?
Mr. Chair, those themes are intended to be fairly broad. Again, they're just indicative of what was talked about 5 years ago, and/or what the property owners themselves may want to put forward. The actual architectural design and how that theme is ultimately implemented would be a part of the design review process through the master development plan. That's when the theme would actually be the design would really come to life. And so the themes are intended to not really be prescriptive. It's just an attempt to try to differentiate between the nodes so that they would not, in fact, all end up becoming the same, right? So one of the things that will come out of the design review process and the themes is that you should not expect to see any corporate architecture at these nodes. Even if it's a corporate franchise, the design of the drive-through restaurant or whatever is going to be based around the theme. So they're not prescriptive. They're intended to provide lots of flexibility because those will come to life, if you will, as a part of the actual master development plan, and we'll start to see the architecture at that time. So interpret them broadly.
So for clarity purposes, very flexible per project basis through the review process and the master development plan.
Yes, they're intended to be illustrative and provide some vision, some direction, and they can always be changed too. There's that possibility as well.
And then one final question. If approval passes and then it goes through the board of directors, board supervisors, is it possible to still, mitigate that and change that, or is it, how does that work? What the thematic?
In terms of the themes?
It's still project basis even after the approval of the board of supes, right?
Right, so the board of supervisors would be approving the C3 district, and if the themes wanted to, be changed, there's,
if recommended, okay.
Yeah, one way would be to actually amend the code to change the themes, but we're hoping that they're broad enough that they're interpreted that we wouldn't need to do that. Right?
Yeah, with the master development plan and actually the introduction of design review to San Benito County, there's going to be probably an inordinate amount of discretion you can bring to the table with kind of the broad guidance of these foundations.
And planning commission is going to overlook in the planning department that they follow the theme. If they don't, it doesn't go through.
I believe so.
Yeah, because it's not going to get administrative approval.
Right. And of course, even if those that are the way that was structured, even at a staff level administrative decision, those are appealable because we have to put notice to the neighbors on some of those. Okay, so you're considering questions or a motion on item number 7?
Number 7.
Mm-hmm.
Discussion?
Yes, I would move that we approve PLN 180024-ZCI. File number?
It's a 1.
And what?
It's a 1. ZC1.
Oh,
Z1.
it's a 1. You're right. Okay. And it is. We have a number on that. Isn't there usually a number here? Oh, here on this side.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. What
it's an ordinance number?
No, the ordinances are not numbered yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we haven't assigned numbers yet.
Okay.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Against? Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, who seconded that?
Yeah, seconded, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Number 8.
Great.
Highway 121.
121.
So one question I have on this one in particular is just the traffic impact for that intersection. I know because I drive that every day. So as part of the the master plan or as part of the plan that comes back, how will traffic be addressed? We heard about water issues as well. You mentioned that the water issues are being worked with the Romas Water District, but specifically about traffic and some of the concerns about traffic, how will that be addressed in terms of the master plan?
For all of these sites, when they come in for a master development plan through the CUP process, they'll be required to do CEQA analysis. And so for traffic, to take traffic as an example, there will be a traffic impact analysis done based on the mix of uses, the actual number of square footage, hotel rooms, or whatever the specifics are. So there'll be a traffic impact analysis that would be prepared and reviewed by the appropriate agencies, would ultimately be available for the public to review as a part of the environmental review analysis process. So Caltrans would be involved, COG would be involved, any of the responsible trustee agencies would be involved in traffic, and that would hold true for any of the impact categories. So, biology, flooding, water supply, sanitary sewer, all of those topics would go through an environmental review analysis for the particular node and the particular project that's being proposed.
And has the county identified potential impact fees that these developments would pay yet, or is that still to be determined based on that analysis?
Well, the actual dollar amount would be based on what the project is, but the county does have standard impact fees that would be applied accordingly.
Yeah, those are not crafted individually. They apply countywide, and only some of them are tiered, like for the traffic, depending how much impact to Highway 25 you have. South County, Mid County, North County, those are a little different, but those are already established, the impact fees.
Right. And that would be in addition to whatever frontage improvements they need to make, right?
Yeah,
they've got to be able to make, how's the site going to be accessed, and, widenings and things like that. So the impact fees will be in addition.
Yeah, I guess I'll be more specific. So we don't build a lot of hotels here in this county, so do we have a specific impact fee for hotels?
We have residential, commercial, and industrial.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, once something operational, the TOT tax is kind of supposed to be proportionate to, people using our roads coming, and, actually just also a revenue source for us that's an income stream over time, the hotel tax.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's actually... So there's 3 impact fees, but then there's the revenue actually from the tax on the room.
And as part of the master development plan, will there be an economic proposal or an economic projection in terms of income to the county, costs to the county? Will that be part of the plan?
It typically wouldn't necessarily be required, but that's something that could probably be discussed. It wouldn't be atypical for there to be some sort of a fiscal analysis that can be done. Like I say, it's not required, but
unless we make it required.
Well, yeah, there's other laws and rules that might come into
play. I like
play
numbers, so
in that regard, because to some extent it's we're still in a capitalist system, market-based economy, and so there's only so much the county can do in that regard. But certainly that it wouldn't be unusual for there to be some analysis.
Through the chair, though, if I could offer, this is supposed to be clay, not something hard, black and white, or anything like that. So you're being asked to make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, of which, there's many processes laid out here. One is their action, but even if they do action, there's the master development plan, there's these different levels. You could say, should the board please consider, some type of, when you consider a master plan, some kind of financial analysis, you can add that to your recommendation, should you be the motion maker or have a friendly.
Sure.
I don't know if you wanted to, if there's a goal, or you just want to see the numbers, or an end that you were seeking. I don't know how to.
I'm just trying to address some of the comments from the public.
that
Sure.
with any type of large proposal, it's helpful to see numbers just to make sure that we feel like we're getting what we'd hope to get out of the project and understand true cost of the project. So I think that would be helpful in this case.
You can certainly make that comment. It's a slippery slope, though, to some extent, right? Getting into somebody's project pro forma on what projects cost and things like that can be a bit dicey, but it sounds to me like your primary concern is having an understanding of what the potential amount of revenue would be generated for the county from a project. Is that fair?
Sure. Similar to what we saw with San Juan Oaks.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
They've generated a proposal, and that was very, very helpful in terms of understanding the impact, both good and bad, to the county.
Right, and that was in the context of a development agreement, which is a different process that could be entertained for individual projects, individual nodes as they come in. But just to be clear, that San Juan Oaks is unique because it was a development agreement.
Okay. So, moving forward?
Sure.
Thank you.
I don't have any other questions.
No questions? Do we hear a motion on number 8?
Yeah, I move to approve number 8. I don't have the number in front of me.
PLN 180024-ZC2.
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So you did not want a writer on economic
I
information?
do want the writer on all these, so.
Could be at the end.
Thank you
I'll
very
do it at
much.
the end.
Okay.
That is something that the commission will need to vote on.
Yeah.
though, right?
Yes,
Yeah. I just want to make sure it wasn't just for this particular item. It's
Sure.
for all the items.
Yeah.
I'm sorry again, first and second. Motion maker was
First and
Second.
Commissioner Eglin.
Thank you. Eggers and Eglund.
Item number 9,
Rocks Ranch,
Rocks Ranch.
Yeah, this is an interesting node. But I think the representative from the family ranch spoke well for that project.
and again, this is 72 acres, which is pared down from what you had seen previously.
So.
Any discussion? Nothing?
No discussion?
Huh?
No?
No? I move that we approve the PLN 180024-ZC3, the Rocks Ranch.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Brings us to Livestock 101, and so the first item, Mr. Chair, with Livestock 101 would be to take action on the general plan amendment. So the general plan amendment, you could do them both together if you wanted, I guess, but it just depends on how, which way you want to do it. If you
Oh,
have
I
concerns.
see what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, because one's the general plan amendment, which is separate
Correct.
action.
So, discussion, anybody? No?
On this one.
Listen?
No.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
I move that the general plan amendment for PLN 180024-GPA be approved.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And is that in the same paperwork that the
Then
project?
the zoning
that the
has
zone-
the same file number, but it's a ZC4 for the fourth zoning change.
Right. And I don't see it here.
It's right
Oh, okay.
behind
Okay.
the general plan staff report.
Okay, got it. I move that we approve the zone change for PLN 180024-ZC4.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 So lastly, Ms. Oops, I was just going to say.
We're going to
lastly-
add that,
And then I move to put, you use the term writer.
but move
Mr. Chair,
to.
Mr. Chair, if I can interject, I'm sorry to cut you off, but the next thing you should really do is now act on the resolution, the draft resolution that has the recommendations from the Planning Commission to the board has been drafted, where you're recommending approval of all of these items, and then as a part of that, you could incorporate the comments.
I would recommend that the board ask for an economic study to be done with each one of these nodes as part of the approval process. With the master development plan.
Yeah, it'd be a fiscal analysis, fiscal impact analysis. You're really interested in the revenue generating piece of it.
And costs as well.
Yeah. So
County
fiscal,
costs are
so we
important.
call it a fiscal impact analysis.
Sure.
It's hemp.
It's a recommendation.
This was livestock.
Sure.
We did that.
No hables tanto. Well, I'll try not to.
Yeah, they're working on the wording. The attorneys are working on the wording.
Recommend that the board of supervisors
County Council.
consider a fiscal impact.
So.
Okay, what?
You could do it as a condition. Well, yeah.
Okay, what else?
No, they're
do we
gonna,
need to do?
because you gotta, give the resolution, approve the resolution, but they gotta add the
the
fiscal impact. Yeah,
Only from our accountant.
yeah,
It's good to have an accountant on board.
yeah.
I think it's
I get you.
Hey, what's that?
Some of their concerns. We just don't want to be surprised.
Pop it.
Yeah.
Decide not to do it, but.
Yeah.
That'll hammer.
Mr. Chair, another option would be that we revise the resolution and bring it back rather than hold everybody up while you're wordsmithing.
No, think he's got it. He's the attorney.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, where's
I
the
mean, I think
resolution?
They're revising it just to add that.
Okay.
That's
That
it.
line?
Yeah, that line in there.
Mm-hmm.
Back to Nelson.
It's cannabis hemp. Regulations.
Okay, yeah.
So just through the chair, so the resolution for action, where it says, "Be it further resolved," says your recommendation to the Board of Supervisors includes about 3 parts, and they're trying to craft the language that was volunteered by Commissioner Eggers as the 4th item, as trying to get that clear without putting words in his mouth.
Yes.
You've been darn quiet.
Prior to
Up the ordinance.
Figured this was your district. I wasn't gonna let you
the
take it.
master plans.
Wow.
I got my winery in.
Review process.
Yes.
That's nice.
Right.
I made the motion to approve the ordinance.
Well, if it's going to be in the ordinance, though, then
Number
we have to
6,
make the exact language.
Yeah, item number 6.
Okay, right.
I got in there a little bit.
But no,
Okay,
there was a
Yeah, I
piece
noticed
that
it right away.
we need to get the exact language in the
Yeah.
ordinance.
All right, so let's,
Much easier.
Why don't we put it whereas right now, that's okay.
Sure. I just want to make sure they understand that's. our
Yeah,
recommendation.
it's,
The question then becomes if it's in the master
Notes
development plan, that's after it's been.
It needs to be
but
part
it's
of
a
it
big,
before they can approve the master
big deal.
development plan.
But I think what they were saying is that it could be after the board of Supes look at it, and I
Yeah,
think it
it's-
should be
it's-
before, right? I
Yeah,
think
that-
we
We
should be
can,
able
we
to.
can head up to the next item and come back to do the resolution. Tavern, we can go to the next item and come back and finish the resolution, correct? Doesn't have to be done simultaneously.
Request that it be part of the master
Planning Commission.
Commissioner Eggers, let's try the language here that we believe you reflected here in your motion, and we'll be done with this item.
Do you want to read it, or you want me to? And now,
Barbara?
be it further resolved that the Planning Commission recommends that the Board of Supervisors consider fiscal analysis during the future approval processes.
That works. I move to approve the updated wording as read by County Council.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So,
You want to
next.
stand up and shake for 5 minutes before the hemp
Yeah,
items?
because we're going to be here till 11 o'clock.
Yeah. It's just,
Okay, we'll take a little fight, 2 minutes.
do we need that?
Sorry about that.
Oh, I can stay up, I don't know.
That was a good thing. I really like
Yeah, I know. The old contentious one.
All by economics.
Hey.
Yes. I never noticed. I never knew. Yeah. He's on the, he was on the water board too. Yeah, and he's on the, Chamber of Commerce, board. I didn't know. He's really exploded. He always popped up on my newsfeed, but like, I don't know. And then I'm talking to Michelle about a project that we're working on. Okay, great. Oh yeah, Robert.
The county should be required. No, it needs to be software.
I know Robert, like, basically almost from my life, like, I don't know. Oh shit. Yeah, like, no, yeah, like, I said, I was just the owner of, you know, RJR, and I you're gonna have to follow the side of the whole. Yeah, no, because you do. But no, it would be bad for the other. That's why. So is it no? Finish your term out and we'll see. Yeah, that would have been. That would have looked not that interesting.
Thank you for the break, Commissioner Rodriguez.
Ready to continue? Item number 12.
I'm going to present item number 12. This is a draft hemp ordinance that we're bringing to the Planning Commission, so the Planning Commission can review it and provide a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. Hemp is no longer Class 1 federal controlled substance, and due to the changes at state and federal level, there's a greatly increased interest in hemp cultivation and processing in San Benito County. Hemp does not have the same THC levels as cannabis, and they are subject to different procedures, at the state level, and also after adoption of an ordinance, the regulations pertaining to hemp will be different than the regulations pertaining to cannabis. This ordinance is really about two things. Its primary focuses are registration and addressing cultivation. It requires all hemp entities to register, except for state of California research hemp. They only need to follow the state registration requirements. The cultivation procedures start at .080. And they indicate that the minimum parcel size must be 10 acres, but that 2 or more parcels can combine to create a 10-acre minimum cultivation site. And the setbacks are set forth in paragraph D of that section that indicates that it has to be 100 feet from the boundary line of the premises, which it does not apply in industrial zones. And it cannot be closer than 1,000 feet to sensitive uses such as schools. And it also has a 100-foot setback from any residentially zoned parcel, and that's including legally non-conform residential uses. And it's measured between the distance between the hemp entity and the residential parcel, measured to the outer boundaries of the residential parcel to the closest area of cultivation. And it's also the last section of number 4 is it's not closer than 100 feet from any off-parcel permitted residence. These are figures that the Planning Commission can consider. Because these are going to be outdoor cultivation sites, they will have some smell during the harvest season or when they're mature, but the time period for that is, it's not a year-round growing cycle. So it's a shorter period of time. There's a variance procedure for anybody to submit a variance request. Let me see. And then they have the common enforcement procedures. The current, one of the next agenda items is that there's also a desire for hemp laboratory testing and hemp manufacturing. The Planning Commission will consider that in the next agenda item, which will consider whether or not those bees should be processed through a conditional use permit. But this one primarily addresses the requirement that all hemp entities, except as previously noted, register, and also it establishes some cultivation limits, especially setting forth the minimum parcel size and the setbacks.
Council Thompson, may I add a friendly amendment?
Yes, please.
Yeah, on item D1, page 9, the setbacks, where we say no less than 100 feet from any boundary line of the premises. What we found is if you have properties that are side by side like this, and they want to, and this is actually, we found it with the cannabis, and they want to do the grow here, it really makes no sense to have 100 feet separation, because that means 200 feet of nothingness. And so I think if we could just get a little, and I'm actually going to come back with a zoning amendment change for the cannabis ordinance, because we have exactly that happening, where it doesn't make, we're not protecting any public health or welfare with that setback. So how could we better say D1 here?
What about except for adjoining, except for parcels where cultivate, except where.
Like this setback requirement shall not apply in industrial zone or contiguous.
Parcels also engaging in cultivation?
Something like that. Where you'll have the owners, if they're different owners, they're going to want their own setbacks and their own things like that. But I think that sounded, I think that met the purposes of what I was hoping to.
What page are you on? Page 9.
Yeah, we certainly don't mean for the person to not have a utility with, right down between two property lines. And we shouldn't necessarily force them to merge properties as a single property, because if you've already got it in smaller pieces, it's got some value.
And the agricultural commissioner is here in case there's any questions as well.
Maybe that can be kind of, if the neighbor doesn't mind you being right next to his property, it could be like a conditional use. Instead of having 100 feet, so they utilize the land better. Because 10 acres is, you know, what time you put 100 feet on each side, you got very small.
Or with written permission of the neighboring property owner?
Yeah.
But the distance could be reduced.
With written condition. With the neighbor, yeah.
Maybe a pay in lieu fee.
No.
Okay, so I said, or contiguous parcels also engaging in cultivation, or with written permission of a neighboring property owner of a reduced setback.
But I'm saying agriculture, right? And if it's a residential property or another neighbor, I mean, I meant it for if we have a single operator that owns a couple properties.
Yeah, no, I know. I was responding to the chair's comment after yours, so I was trying to incorporate both of them.
Oh.
If that's okay with the planning commission as well. I don't want to, if there's.
That makes sense.
You have to be in good terms with the neighbor.
It's him.
Or her, yeah.
Yeah.
And same as it's,
Yeah, I think the regulation that we've already gone through with the cannabis protected all the property owners and the public.
Yeah.
And this is a different kind of level.
Yeah, it's considered ag, so.
Yeah.
And that language would be also entered in setbacks paragraphs 3 pertaining to residentially zoned parcels and off-Senate site permitted residence. Would you want to incorporate those two, that new language in both paragraphs 3 and 4, as well as paragraph 1?
I think that'd be.
Isn't 3 speaking to hemp and versus residential?
Well, it has no closer than 100 feet from any residentially zoned parcel. So if there's a written waiver from that property owner, will we allow less than 100 feet?
No, I wouldn't go there. I was basically saying if you've got, 2 properties under the control of a single grower, there's no reason to shave a reverse mohawk right through the middle of their property.
What does,
But the planning commission wants to change it. We know what you're saying, but we're changing that.
The issue is to
But what is it?
allow that joined property edge to be cultivated, and that
With-
outside perimeters near properties, since this is a hemp agricultural product, right, that the nearby property owner could negotiate or give permission that that distance be reduced.
Mayor? I understand, no, I understand what you're saying. There's a scenario, because all things happen in land use, where you've had this agreement happen, and then the person that said, yes, you can grow closer to my property, sells their property, and we have a new owner, and yet the grower has now been relying on the use and the forecast of that property, and someone says, I withdraw my permission. What do you do there?
Well, that'd be the new property owner. That you have to get permission from the new property owner.
So the new property, I could move in next door and tell the hemp crop to shave off 100 feet of their...
No, but you give them reasonable time to harvest it.
Well, you're going to need to specify if you, one crop, I mean, these are the things that need to be thought through with ordinances, okay, and permissions and things like that. So I don't have it.
And as long as the gentleman is buying the property or the people are buying the property have that understanding, is disclosed to them, so they're aware of it.
And if I could, I'm sorry, but I know, of course, just at the foundation of an agricultural community and state laws, right to farm and things like that, or buyer beware, you knew you moved next to the farm, and, that we spray, we've got employees that come and go, there's trucks in the field that box and make noise, you move next to it, guess what? So, I'm just saying when you want to say, a neighbor's exception, and it's starting to regulate the land uses of another property, like a popularity contest. I stepped on my neighbor's foot, now he's withdrawn, he said ouch, now he's withdrawn permission. That's you start tripping into subjectivity, and where we need to stay objective, and the experiment needs to be reproducible county-wide, where we're equal treatment, and this gets kind of weird when you do that.
Then there's the setbacks of 50 feet. You still get 50 feet, you still get cars around or trucks or whatever. Because you're not going to put it right on the property edge anyway. You need to get your equipment around.
I have some language that you could consider also. So with the written permission of the neighboring property owners of a reduced setback, which must be renewed on an annual basis, or shall be valid for 1 year and must be renewed on an annual basis.
Or with each crop. Rotation.
What?
Through the chair. So if you're going to have this written agreement for 1 year, the possibility exists of actually requiring them to record it, so any new purchaser, when they get a title report, they can see it.
Yeah.
So it's not just buyer beware, it's
a legal document.
They'll have record notice in the title.
It costs $20 to go record a document anyway.
Number 4 says that the offset should be no closer than 100 feet from any off-parcel permitted residence. So, does that mean the edge of the property where the residence is, or from the home, the residence, period?
The distance is between the hemp entity and the off-parcel residence shall be measured from the outer boundaries of the residential parcel to the edge of the growing area. So some of these are actually kind of a little bit redundant, as you see that item 1 will cover, I think, items 4 and probably 3, most instances, but as originally it was drafted that way so you could actually establish different requirements. But so I think that most things are going to be covered by paragraphs 1 and 2. So on that language, would the Planning Commission like which of a reduced setback, which must be a written agreement of neighboring property owners for a reduced setback, which must be recorded, is valid for 1 year, or for one crop.
1
And
year.
must be removed on an annual
1 year.
basis.
And be renewed annually.
Council
Valid for
Thompson,
1 year.
this like the other is a recommendation to the board?
Yes. It must be renewed on an annual basis.
So if I could ask for clarification through the chair, I'm sorry. So this is chapter 7 as a business license, so it's not necessarily land use review in my Title 25 or Title 19. So we're here in chapter 7, which is business license. Is Agricultural Commissioner Overstreet the one that's going to enforce that you've got your letter from your neighbor every year?
Probably. I think that whoever's administering the program would ask for that as part of the application process. A copy of that.
Seems like a little larger conversation.
It's like getting a permit. You need to do it. You know, if you want to get that, you know, you got to get it from your neighbor. If you don't get it, you've got to have the 100-foot setback. It's just another document they're going to need.
So just for clarity purposes. So as it is stated here, it's you need to have 100 feet from the boundary line, right? But then the scenario was mentioned that what if you have two growers, right? And they each have to, you know, acclimate to the 100. That makes a 200-yard thing, which makes no sense if they would both be okay with reducing that 100 space in between them, right? So it'll be like, let's assume 50-50, right? But then what happens if one of them decides to, you know, sell the land, and then now you have a 50 setback, and the new owner and the other one. With this proposal, we'd have a 1 year. You have to wait out the year, and then the next one you have to get the permission to it to do it. Is that that's for clarity purposes again?
I think that's what's happening.
Yeah, that's
so. If
what
you had a large farm field and you're using the whole thing for growing, you wouldn't know where a property line was, nor should you care if you owned both pieces.
Right.
Right, that don't matter.
So use it to grow.
Yeah.
And so that's what I was speaking
You're
to.
verifying that, yeah.
That's what I was speaking to. Now, what you're saying is, if you're adjacent to another property that doesn't mind you being less than 100 feet, maybe, I don't know that you, but yet we still have, if it's residential, you can't get closer than 100 already, right?
It's another, when you're growing hemp.
When you're growing hemp. But if you had a neighbor that was growing broccoli and they didn't mind that the hemp was closer, is that what I'm hearing in the motion?
So the same language with written permission, which must be recorded, is valid for 1 year and must be renewed annually on an annual basis. That's going to be also pertaining to right after the contiguous parcels also engaging in cultivation. So it'll be.
She said contiguous parcels.
No, contiguous ag to ag?
What? That concludes my presentation. I'm open for any questions.
Got any speaker cards? One?
To clarify through the chair.
No, I don't know what they did.
Honorable Chair, members of the Commission, Victor Gomez with Central Coast Hemp Company. We are actually one of only two operations, I still think two operations here in San Benito County. We have about 80,000 square feet of cannabis cultivation in greenhouses. We're focused on seed production right now. We are operating under a research permit with the state of California. The Board of Supervisors took this up a couple of weeks ago at their meeting, and made some slight changes. Those are the changes that you're seeing here today. I love the idea of the 10-acre minimum. I think that's important because there are prime ag and ag range prime ag parcels that are less than 10 acres. So it could be problematic to people that live in ranch homes in the community. So I encourage you to keep that minimum of 10 acres. I think it will help protect a lot of the constituents in your community or in the county that are extremely concerned with at least the smell. It's hemp. It does smell like cannabis, but obviously it's not THC-based product. It has to be tested. And the ag commissioner comes out on her own, tests the product just to make sure we're within those guidelines of THC levels. But with that said, I'm not as hung up or concerned about the 100-foot setback that you're talking about. If there is a possibility for a waiver, that's fine. If not, that's okay. I mean, most hemp cultivators will be cultivating hemp on large parcels. This is hemp. It's an ag commodity. It doesn't sell for $800 to $1,000 a pound like cannabis. It's different, right? And so I'm not as concerned with the setbacks. There were some changes on the sensitive uses that the Board of Supervisors unanimously supported, and I appreciate Supervisor Medina and Supervisor Hernandez and their support of the draft ordinance that you're looking at tonight. But I'm not concerned with the setbacks as much. The 300-foot setbacks from residential, I think, is critical too. We want to be good neighbors. We had a complaint on one of our grows, and we decided just to shut it down. It's just the right thing to do. So we want to be good operators. We want to be good neighbors. And this ordinance that the Board of Supervisors sent to you for your review is actually a very, very well written ordinance. And I thank Barbara and obviously Karen Overstreet as well for their input on this, because the ordinance you're looking at today is right on. I'm sure you're probably going to have some recommended changes to them, but we're totally fine with the way the ordinance is currently written. So if you have any questions, if you'd like to tour a hemp facility at some point, let me know. But I think you'd find that at the end of the day, it's a plant. So thanks.
Hi.
Too much hemp.
Bring your notes. Hi. Thank you so much for this time. Thank you so much for the work that's been done to date. Thank you so much, Victor, for clarifying. My name is Sean Donahoe. I've been working in the cannabis and the hemp field since at least 2012, and specifically remember working with Senator Mark Leno when Senate Bill 566 was passed in 2013 that first almost began the industrial hemp revolution in California. But of course, that's a re-revolution, because if we go back to 1802, Mission San Jose had some of the most prodigious output of fiber crop, of seed oil crop, of food crop. Industrial hemp and the policies that are being contemplated today are wholly appropriate for female-only odoriferous drug-related crops that are being produced for CBD extraction and nutraceutical purposes, which at this time don't have clear federal guidelines, and for that matter are a commodity crop. They're an agricultural crop per the Farm Bill last year. It is not really expected, I would imagine, that the current commodity level prices for CBD distillate or CBD isolate created from drug, odoriferous, industrial hemp, female-only crops is going to be maintained for much longer than 12 months. 18 months. So in effect, you're passing or considering implementing at the county level today would be highly restrictive policies that would restrict, assuming that these are going to be odoriferous crops, but fiber is not odoriferous. Seed oil crops are not odoriferous. Hempcrete manufacturing does not rely upon the same female-only crop varieties. I don't think that creating a setback requirement, I don't think that creating a high hurdle or a high barrier to entry, rather, for regulatory compliance for industrial hemp is appropriate. I'm sorry for not previously coming to prior discussions of the industrial hemp topic. However, I'm really challenged to think of any other jurisdiction in California that has similarly set up such a Baroque system, highly elaborate, to regulate en masse a plant. and then make assumptions on how that plant is going to be grown in perpetuity. What in effect you're embedding into the ordinance is an understanding that certain commodity prices for CBD production will be maintained in perpetuity. That's frankly not the case based upon Nevada coming online, Arizona coming online, heck, Mexico, heck, the whole global political economy of industrial hemp production is changing rapidly as we've floundered, frankly, for the last 4.5 years and waited for the hemp revolution to come back to California. The global commodity prices have plunged. So I really think that by focusing too much on the odor and the setback and the anticipated hypothetical neighborhood impact issues, you are doing a disservice to potential entrepreneurs and job earners to this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Becerra?
Good evening. My name is Steve Becerra. I'm a resident. I live here. I'm also a real estate broker, and like those like me, I sell San Benito County. I completely agree that hemp provides a wide variety of products, including clothing, protein-rich seeds, rope, CBD oil, and all other potential products, since this product is grown outdoors and potentially on large plots. 10 acres to who knows how many acres. People do have concerns about a number of potential issues. While developing the ordinance, many have said that the crop smells just like garlic, like broccoli, like manufacturing compost or other crops that have a strong odor. The significant difference is that none of these smelly ag crops have a cousin that is nearly identical in appearance and odor while in bloom, which is marijuana. I'm sure that many of you are aware of the past issues the county had, particularly in District 1, with the rogue marijuana growers who dotted the landscape in AP and AR properties, growing large amounts of marijuana in open hoop houses and outdoors. The smell described as smelling like a skunk had sprayed you was a dominant concern and complained along with other criminal activity, forcing the county to suffer through a long, costly battle. With hemp, I don't see the issue with crime being a problem. Someone who should mistakenly rob an outdoor hemp grow and dry it and smoke the plant with its low level of THC likely would only get nothing more than a headache. However, how we are going to mitigate the odor concerns and complaints that will come when these large grows are in bloom next to our rural residential properties, the smell, although said not to be as skunky, still produces extreme smells identical to marijuana. And grown in large parcels, 10 plus acres, outdoors, the issue of smell will be a paramount concern for many in their quality of life in this county. Secondly, does the Ag Commissioner have a scientific way in place now to monitor and test the crop in the field to determine, as required by law, its THC level? Have we purchased this equipment already? What is going to be the cost of the county to oversee this requirement? And how are we going to respond to growers to be found out of compliance? Like mostly growing hemp will be law-abiding people, but as you know, someone will always try to skirt the law. Third, I'm very concerned about those driving into our community. We see and the protection of our scenic view sheet as visitors passing through fields of hemp that, as you know, look identical to marijuana, and the perception that San Benito County has gone to pot. Tourism is important, and the main focus of a healthy community. The perception by people who will see this will be an issue. Do we have a plan in place to protect our scenic highways and other roadways to screen these large plants that look like marijuana but are hemp, and the perception will be that there's marijuana as they drive down Highway 25. There needs to be some screening consideration. And lastly, since you are requiring setbacks from sensitive uses, as we do for marijuana operations, based on some concerns already mentioned, are we going to require mandatory notification for the surrounding property owners for all hemp cultivation and other hemp businesses? You should, in order to provide public with true transparency of the proposed ordinance and your hemp plans. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it? No more speakers? Oh, one more.
I'm a grandpa, just gotta move slow.
No problem.
So I'm Jack Kirk. I'm a local realtor, and I'm also I'm a grower. I grow apricots commercially. So, but the two things I'm concerned about is having you have the 5-acre parcels, or possibility of aligning a couple 5-acre parcels. Most of us who live up in the North County area, that these are all 5-acre minimums and houses and stuff like that, would be a little offended by having a huge hemp grow right next to us, especially when it comes in bloom a number of times a year. They had the problems over on Orchard Road. We had 40 acres. They had 10,000 marijuana plants being grown over there on one of the parcels. The people around there couldn't open windows. So if we could do some way to kind of keep it away from, I don't know how to word it in the ordinance. You guys are the professionals, but keep it away from that North County area where the houses are. I think, and I appreciate your property rights issue, but I still think it's when you have a crop that has its smells that some people who live in the city don't appreciate when you're trying to live in the country, and you go outside and barbecue, and you have that strong odors coming in. The other thing is when you start messing with, maybe it's 100 feet away from a property line, then maybe it's 50, or maybe everybody can shake hands and it's something. You're going to drive us crazy trying to sell real estate and trying to disclose all this stuff. It's better to stick with an ordinance, put a boundary, and then allow us to be able to sell property. And here's the ordinance. Here's how it is. So when people come, they have their eyes wide open, know what they're buying, and not have variable property line adjustments based on handshakes with their neighbors or what's registered for a year. You're going to drive realtors crazy trying to sell property around that. For disclosure and the way we get sued. So those are just two issues that I came up. It looks like the other issue that is handled in item B on page 7 was, I was always concerned about why the marijuana proponents are so up on hemp right now. But I think there could be things happening with the cannabis business, for money laundering using the hemp operations, and so that's one of the concerns of maybe skirting your fees that you have. I don't know. So that was one of the concerns also. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any more speakers? Okay, Barbara?
Yes, so there's a recommended action set forth to adopt the resolution recommending the ordinance to the Board of Supervisors. The main question is direction on the exact language of the ordinance and how you want it to remain pursuant to what was already said. You can just say as read into the record previously, or if you want to change it, then we'll just need to have whatever language that the Planning Commission wants.
Commissioners?
I'm hearing as read into the record previously.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes, that's what, does that take a motion?
Yes, it would be to adopt the resolution recommending that the board adopt an ordinance adding Chapter 7.04 to the San Benito County Code and taking other related action, including the language that was amended, read into the record previously.
Yes, I move that we do that. As read into the record. Correct.
Okay. Do you hear a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Mhm.
Okay, that takes care of 12 and 13?
No,
No,
13
13
is
is,
pretty brief. 13 has two ordinances. Let me see. The first ordinance makes changes to Chapter 19.43 relating to hemp and cannabis. The change sets forth that manufacturing and testing, it's in this little chart set forth on paragraph B on page 1. It allows manufacturing for cannabis, allows manufacturing and testing with a CUP in the AR and AP zones. Previously, when the cannabis ordinance was presented and adopted, those functions were set forth in the industrial zones. We now have applicants that are wanting to proceed forward with manufacturing and testing in agricultural zones. based upon the fact that it would reduce the transportation, because you would not have to transport from the field to the place that is going to be manufactured. They want it to be treated more as an agricultural processing, agricultural kind of function, and this would allow manufacturing and testing, which is laboratory testing, of cannabis on with a conditional use permit that would be approved by the Planning Commission. Similarly, the next ordinance changes 2507.005, which sets forth the conditional uses in the AR district. And the main uses, the main changes that are here is that manufacturing of commercial cannabis or cannabis products, manufacturing of hemp or hemp products, laboratory testing of commercial cannabis or cannabis products, and laboratory testing of hemp and hemp products would be all uses that would be subject to a conditional use permit in the agricultural districts with those changes. And so that's a policy change that's presented to the Planning Commission, determine whether those uses would be permissible with a conditional use permit.
Okay, we open public comment. Any speakers? No? Okay. Yeah.
I'll resubmit that part.
Okay.
Sure. Do you want to scribble a second agenda item number on that? Yeah, just a little bit on the supply chain that has been developed at the state level since 2015 regarding the cannabis regulatory framework. Remembering that the analytical testing laboratory requirement is an independent third-party testing requirement, which requires independent ownership of any of the underlying entities. So a conditional use permit, if it is granted, obviously, to the underlying land use that's being granted, it necessarily must be granted to any sort of business license must be granted to a separate legal entity. Furthermore, analytical testing as a third-party process is connected with the distributor supply chain function as a function whereby the distributor actually has to send a representative to the cultivator or manufacturer to obtain a representative batch sample and then return it to the laboratory. So if you co-locate merely cultivation, manufacturing, and testing laboratory, that absolutely would require a distributor representative to go to the production facility to then transport to a testing laboratory. So if you don't also embed, therefore, distribution, full-fledged distribution simultaneously with testing laboratories and other supply chain production facilities, I'm questioning whether it would truly reduce the vehicle trips required and therefore the neighborhood impacts. So if you're going to go that far and allow for manufacturing on AR and AP zone properties, then perhaps what I've seen other counties adopt is some sort of a self-distribution, not being able to wholesale to the whole world, but simply to be able to for your own purposes, self-distribute. And therefore, while you're waiting for that analytical testing laboratory batch result to come back, you can keep your product on your own site and quarantine in your own storage vault. And then only when cleared to enter the public marketplace, based upon the lab test result that comes back, then move it off-site. That is the optimal and and least impactful traffic impact for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair. If I could also offer is, there's many buildings and structures and agricultural processing facilities that have already been built, and not everything is at 100% utility right now. Some folks are vacant. Some folks have 50% of their floor area, and they have the agricultural zoning, and they've already got the facility there. And the way the cannabis regs are written right now is they can't entertain being a manufacturer or a testing facility because we say it has to go in another district. And so it's actually economical if we allow the reuse of existing structures where all the impacts have already happened and processed. And they'd still need to ask for a conditional use permit, but right now it's prohibited. So we'd still get to talk about the whole thing, but it's also a way that some of our existing historical facilities can be reused effectively.
But my understanding from Sean, it's an independent tester. It's not their own.
Right.
Am I correct?
Right.
So that tester has to at least being in the premises with his own lease to do the
Case in
testing.
point is that facility, the tester says, I'm not a grower and I'm not a distributor. I might have perfect facility for a lab.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I am independent from those things. But it's a way, you'd still get discretion as a use permit review, it would come before you. But right now, we couldn't reuse existing underutilized facilities. And it's a pretty smart land use to be able to use what you have that's already built. We need to,
Yeah. Barbara, you got?
Yes, there's a staff recommendation set forth in the agenda item. And as far as that item, you could present to me a sample from a different county if we could evaluate it and bring it back to the planning commission. If as this program gets going, if we determine that we haven't evaluated that thought process yet. So we would like to review that before, it was presented to the planning commission for, any sort of internal distribution. I'm not sure the pros and cons of that. But there's a staff recommendation here to adopt the resolution recommending these two ordinances to the Board of Supervisors.
Make a motion? Someone making a motion?
By making this motion, would we be able to continue the deliberation of what we're talking about now after the fact? Or
On that item, you can ask that it be agendized to come back to you after,
On the distribution, correct?
on the internal distribution.
Yeah. That's not on that ordinance,
yeah,
correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, do I hear a motion?
Yeah, Eddie.
Ready?
I motion to move forward with to adopt the resolution recommending adoption of two ordinances by the Board of Supervisors as amended by Chapter 19.43. Is that correct?
Yeah, amending Chapter 1943 and Section 2507.
07.005 of Title 25 of the San Benito County Code.
Second?
I second that.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
That's it. Do we have anything from the planning department? Okay.
I move that we
Make a motion.
adjourn, right? Isn't that it?
Yeah, make a motion.
I move that we adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.